All right, hello, and I just realized I have not checked my audio, but it looks fine, so let me make sure. Hello, everyone, and
Hello,
welcome back
you're
to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your very out of sorts host, Raymond McNeil, the Celtic Phoenix, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian,
Hello.
the brave Kaiser Shonen.
Hey, you, you know what?
Well, I
No,
decided
I'm
to
not
go for
gonna-
one that was thematic today.
Yeah, fair enough. Happy April Fools. Yeah, this stream is gonna be 5 minutes
Yeah,
instead of
no,
5 hours.
absolutely. But be sure to get all your super chats in before we cut out in that 5 minutes. And also joining us is a regular guest, Periodic Pete.
Knock knock internet. Hi Titan. Hi Sam. I see you guys.
My brain had it almost say Periodic Peter, and it was like, what?
Idiotic.
Thank you so much to Robert Glenning for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast. Welcome to the crew. With that, if you connect your Discord to YouTube, you get access to the Discord, the Tundra Discord server, where we're all relatively active. And can hear everyone. Audio is pretty good. Excellent. And then, as well, enjoy all the custom emotes you now have access to. But yes, hello everyone. I hope you're all having a good, healthy April Fool's Day. We're not doing anything. We're joking about the 5-minute thing. We're not actually gonna pull any memes on you. This is a regular old stream.
We're not clever enough to do that.
Ouch.
I was including myself in that.
I respect you enough to be insulted on your own behalf.
Also, insult yourself.
Also, I'm Gregnant. Oh, damn.
What?
Don't be Gregnant.
April Fool's donuts. Billy, don't. Yeah, the secret is they're actually all onigiri.
Oh shit. I've never had that before.
You never had onigiri is so good. I am so miffed. I'm bad.
Actually,
at them.
No, that was a different kind of sushi. Yeah, I never had onigiri.
Well, onigiri is not exclusively sushi.
I know it's not. Yeah.
Sort of.
No,
like with a little bit
it's kind of like that sort of thing. I was trying to remember if I ate like a Japanese food that was similar to an onigiri, but no, it was like some crazy kind of sushi that I had once.
What is an onigiri? Onigiri is like, especially if you watch anime, it's that traditional rice ball that has a number of different shapes, but the one you most commonly see is sort of a triangular one, and it typically has a seaweed wrap at the bottom, and it's almost always filled with some sort of, well, it's a mix between, you can have like savory and sweet versions of it, depending. One of the popular ones is like pickled plum. That's a pretty popular
There's also, at least from the Japanese store that I usually get my onigiri from, the one that I took you to, Raymond, that one has salmon, spicy salmon, pulled pork, pickled plum.
Yeah, the one I was going to mention that I really like is chosu pork, I think it's called.
Yes.
That's so good.
Onigiri is also the name of that attack that Zoro does in One Piece. That one is less edible than the food one.
Are you sure about that?
Unless somebody
I mean, you can try eating it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm sure
I feel
Nell
like
could
there
do
was
it.
What, eat an attack?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a phrase, man. He really ate that
I
attack.
wouldn't like, especially if Zoro is the one doing it.
It's not the first time that Nella's eaten an attack.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't say
true.
a specific person. I just meant like people in general.
I said Nell.
I mean, to be fair, I heard you, and I was like, Twy, I don't know if you can tank an anime attack. I don't know if any of us could.
Not at this level, no.
Wait,
just
what?
wait until I get to the higher levels.
Oh shit. We gotta start grinding.
I got my ultimate armor already. I just don't wear it out here.
You underestimate how many women want to swallow Zoro's sword. Mods! Mods! Ban that man from OnlyFans. Do we mean it literally or metaphorically? Yes. Out of you four, Twy is the only one that can kick Sanji's ass.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't hit women. So
yeah, that's literally the only reason why. Who's that Digimon twice head? Who is the Digimon today?
It's Mastemon. It's the Jogress of Lady Devimon and Angelomon.
Ah. Base Zero Solo's Ultimate Armor Kaiser. What? Hey, Celtic, have you seen
Well,
the
I don't know
trailer
about that.
for the Harry Potter TV show? The drinker and his children are crying about the actor who played Snap.
What?
I saw the trailer. It looks
Oh, you
fine.
mean Snape?
Yeah, it
You
was
meant
Snape.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I thought it was fine. Like, it looks pretty good, and I'm not as especially with a brand new adaptation where you can change things around, I'm not as miffed about it. We already got a perfect adaptation of Snape with Alan Rickman. I'm not too miffed about that. And in fact, that poor actor has such big shoes to fill in that regard.
Yeah.
My bigger concern are the unintended consequences of making him black. More so, like, I mean, the Half-Blood Prince.
Yeah, Half-Blood Prince who was bullied by Harry's dad and all other people because of his
if they make his dad racist, I'm going to be very miffed.
Yeah, that's one of the things that a lot of people were upset about when it came to race swapping him and having a black actor as him, specifically because of scenes like that. But also, like, why would you put a character who we know is bullied and we know is a very vindictive and, while beloved by the fandom, not a very good character, uh made him a black actor. But I actually watched a really good video on why this is also a problem, and it has nothing really to do with the actor himself or the color of his skin or anything like that. It has everything to do with adaptations, and it has to do with the trust the audience has with the directors and with the creators of the shows, the adaptations themselves.
Right.
The more that you start changing stuff from the original, you start to get this moment where you have things rubbing up against yourself and the audience. And whether or not those changes are good, whether or not those changes are bad, you toe a line of the trust with your audience that you can very easily break, because once you start making arbitrary changes, not just because it's a different medium from what you are adapting, but because it's a Tuesday, or this is how I prefer it, or this is what I would want to do
they
instead.
become more flippant with changes and things like that.
You start making it less of something that you are adapting that someone else owns, and into something more that you want to create because of your ego. That's when you start really pressing people's buttons.
You see, the thing is, like, I was fine with Snape. He looks fine. Like, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. The one thing that I really hate is Draco Malfoy's hair.
Oh my god, yes.
And like, the thing is, if this is a modern set Harry Potter, if it's like, if they decided we're gonna move it up timeline wise because the original took place in the 90s, then the hair makes sense. It's not great, but it makes sense. If it takes place in the 90s, no, I'm sorry, no.
I just saw it. I hadn't seen it.
It's that ugly, like, fade on the side, curly hair on top look that was like that one football player like has really popular.
Oh wait, hold on. Remake Draco.
Also, like, I don't care about Snape's actor, but Zero showed me a picture of him, and oh my god, he looks like every 13-year-old's wet dream of what they want for their OC.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Draco's haircut makes him look like he'd be the victim of bullying. No. He looks like a modern day douchebag. Like, that's like, he looks like a douchebag. That's proper. But like, he's in the wrong time period to be that kind of douchebag.
Assuming
Yeah.
that they go with that time period, of course, obviously. But
He looks
I-
like, who's that one YouTuber who like goes around bullying people, but then also has a bodyguard to step in if anybody wants
Is
to
that
try
one
to
of the
punch
Paul
Oh,
him.
I know what you're
brothers?
talking about. No, that's not one of Paul Burr's. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not
He,
Derek.
he looks like a
Dobry,
skinny
something like
version of that guy, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
Jack
I know
Doherty?
you were talking.
Jack,
Doherty,
yes, I
yeah.
think Jack Doherty, I think. No, wait. Jack Doherty was like, was that? Actually, you know what?
Or
Yeah, I
is
think that
Jack
is.
Doherty the football player? I don't know.
don't
I
think
just
he
know that
was.
that hairstyle is just ugly.
Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. That was Jack Doherty.
Oh shit.
But yeah, no, I'm neither way. I mean, I'm not as interested in watching the new Harry Potter stuff. I hope it's
Neither am
good
I.
No.
for the new audience. I hope that it's like actually very good and entertaining for them. You know, I want younger audiences to have quality entertainment. That's actually a big thing.
Yeah.
Is that kids especially need good entertainment, and that's why when they first they got Christopher Columbus to do the first two films, that was such a good move.
Christopher Columbus?
Yes,
They
he-
brought him back from the
No,
dead.
no,
Yeah.
that
Didn't
is-
you know that, Kaiser?
Chris
right.
Christopher Columbus is the guy that made Home Alone. He's the guy
Oh,
that
right,
made
yeah.
Adventures in
I keep
Babysitting.
forgetting.
I know,
Guy.
that is funny. For the record, Adventures in Babysitting might be his best film. Everyone go check it out.
Yes. It has been one of my childhood favorites for live action. And that's saying something because I did not like there were a lot of live action films that I liked back then, not so much TV shows, but considering it was one of my favorites for comedy, it's saying something.
Ed Savinsky says, what was the popular hairstyle in the 90s for the average African descent Englishman? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
honestly don't know. It's so like
They would know though.
they absolutely if they gave him non-period, that's one of the things that makes me think it might be modern set, is that's a mod like that level. The way he styles his dreads in particular comes across as like, or I guess more so, dreads for the longest time were not seen as like socially prim. So like it's only now that you see people in very like, you know, white collar industries wearing dreadlocks. Before
Right.
then it was seen kind of associated with like the hippie and hipster crowd. So like that's one reason I'm thinking it might be modern set, is I don't know if you would see a teacher at a school wearing that until maybe about 10-15 years ago.
I really hope that it's not modern set because like it's meant to be a specific time period. It should be a period piece.
My
Yeah.
favorite Home Alone sequel
I
is
don't disagree.
Skyfall. I get why you made that joke. It does. There's not enough dots to connect it. Not saying that Skyfall is
Oh.
bad. I like Skyfall. Love it.
Oh no. I think Mac actually made that connection a couple of years ago with the joke video that he did.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
But I personally I tend to be like much more forgiving on like things like race changes and stuff like that. Mostly just because, and granted, I really only have like one example to bring up, but like Nick Fury wasn't always like, he was originally a white character, but like if we had
You got a decent
maintained the race of
actor
Nick
to play
Fury
him.
like as early as his first appearance in the comics, then we wouldn't have Samuel L. Jackson playing Nick Fury, which I think is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That said, like I also don't disagree that there are a lot of times when like, yeah, the kind of race changes feel more so like a reflection of a director's kind of flippant attitude towards the source material than anything
Yeah.
like that.
Right.
I am also usually like a bit more forgiving as far as like deviations from source material, because I know that there are a lot of movies that are based on books that deviate quite heavily from the books that they're based on. The Prestige being the big example that I bring up, is it's one of my favorite movies, deviates heavily from the book it's based on, and despite that, the original author loved the movie of The Prestige in spite of the differences.
yeah, I mean, like,
and-
and then you get the opposite, where you get The Shining, which is a horror classic,
Yeah.
but like Stephen King legendarily hates it and went off to
Yeah.
make his own. That is hilarious.
Yeah. Doesn't
Like,
I mean,
for-
that's fine. It's okay for him to be wrong.
For every good adaptation of something else, though, you get like 5 different bad ones, though.
Yeah.
So I don't blame people for being very cautious for it,
No,
because we do
100%.
have
Especially nowadays.
examples of really good adaptations that don't follow the source material. One example is Howl's Moving Castle. Another example is
Yeah.
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that just because an adaptation can be good, that it's always going to be good.
No.
Which is why I'm going to abstain from watching it until I see reviews
Yeah.
of whether or not it's good.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
either way, I
I'm
wasn't
kind
gonna
of
watch it anyway. I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
out
I've
of that
kind of grown
phase.
past Harry Potter. I'm probably in the same boat as you, Twy, where I'll wait until like I hear what kind of discussion is circulating around it. Maybe I might check it out then, but like as of right now, it's not of a huge
Yugox,
Yeah.
interest to me.
Yugox says popular hair from the 90s literally could just give him Kevin from Home Alone hair. That was one popular cut at the time. I mean, that's kind of a little bit what the original Draco had. It's just he had a more emo version of it. And he
Yeah.
also occasionally had it slicked back. Like he had a variance.
Yeah.
So you know, there's chances that he could grow up and not have stupid hair. But I was gonna say, the other thing to like, adaptations have been a hot button topic. Like I know, you know, Twy here is like, I hope it's not modern set. If it is modern set, the only thing I can say is I hope you make it work, because like that's part of the reason that Harry Potter did work is you didn't start asking questions about modern things. Like this is a thing that a lot of movies have to deal with now is cell phones. Cell phones completely change how people communicate with one another, and there are several plot points in multiple different genres of film that do not work if you have instant communication.
Yeah, there are so many different movies that are made nowadays that kind of ignore that, and shit just gets fucked because of it. It's really dumb.
Like one of the examples that I would say that we know of that doesn't work in the modern day is Digimon Bokura no War Game.
Yeah, that was the Y2K.
Was meant that was meant to take place in the 2000s in
yeah, that was
exactly
another thing that
2000.
weirded me out when they did that in the remake. I was like, why?
Yeah, the remake did not work specifically because it did not take into account all of the elements that made it work.
Well, to
That
be clear,
made it what it
did work for
was.
a lot of reasons. But
yeah.
Yeah.
So the
I'm talking about specifically the episode that the remake was, but like the fact that the plot of that was so heavily tied to the fact that this was meant to be the Y2K bug. And the fact that the internet was at a time where we had dial-up, where you could not communicate with your friends if you were using the internet because the internet required your phone line. All of these things meant that the characters would have a hard time interacting with each other, and that the internet would become a bit of an antagonist for them. All of these things contributed to making that film what it was. So setting it in the modern day, remaking it for a singular episode, it just completely ruined
it's really
what
bad.
made it good.
It's really bad.
Silver-haired freak is like, who's ready for magic TikTok? Mods, remove that man's hands. Hikaru, one thing that got me about thrillers and horrors in the 90s was that phones not working in a power cut. Landlines still worked even if the mains. I mean, if you cut the actual phone line, they're not going to work. But like, that's not what a lot of movies took into account. Aiden Hughes asks, Twy, did you hear that we're getting new large-scale DLC for Digimon Time Stranger?
Yes. The people in my Discord server will not allow me to not know about that.
Yeah. I was gonna say on the kind of like starting a connective thread here towards our video. One of the things that recently cropped up are comments by the director of the new Resident Evil film talking about how he expects to be excoriated by the fandom. And there are like I accidentally misunderstood what Drinker was saying about it because I think him and I kind of agree, but at the same time, like apparently this film is I think supposed to be set in the actual continuity of the series, but it's its own standalone story. So it's like an isolated incident with unique characters involved, none of the original cast from the games involved. It's just like it's a Resident Evil story on the big screen that's completely original. And so it's like I'm of two minds where it's like we haven't gotten an accurate live action Resident Evil, but at the same time, I don't mind if you're doing your own thing. It's just like it's a very difficult balancing act, and how I think that the way they're going about this was a bad call to begin with.
I see.
Hate how in the UK that's no longer the case these days for phones. Landline is a literal lifeline for me in the Highlands. I've had a mobile drop a 999 call in 2017. God damn, really?
Jesus Christ.
Like people understand that, but like 911 emergency services work so much, like they take advantage of everything. Like when you have a cell phone, you typically only get connection through a specific radio tower or something. When you're calling 911 or an emergency number, it literally reaches out to everything. That's towers that aren't on your line. It's emergency radios. Like everything goes through that because they want to make sure you get through. Is it a live action? I know the CGI films. It is live action. Have you seen the old Resident Evil pilot on YouTube? You mean the remake? The old team coming together to remake like the famous original opening? Because that's fun.
Yeah, sounds cool.
But yes, to start threading our way in, because the topic of today is oh no, what do you mean the old Resident Evil pilot? Like what like old pilot TV? Like pilot refers to like a TV series. Yes, the live action Resident Evil movie. Because I've not heard like, and I'm pretty attuned to the Resident Evil grapevine. I've never heard of a prototype. Or are you was there like a rough cut or something discovered of the Romero film? Like, did that ever get off the ground? Because I know he did the trailer for Resident Evil 2 that was live action. Like I've never heard of like a proto film pilot thing for the series.
Yeah, like
and I'm you gotta understand, Resident Evil might be my favorite series of all time, and like I have been in the fandom forever. I think I would have heard about it, but if not, I mean, there is a lot that I could still be discovering. But yes, as you dig that up and no doubtedly prove me wrong, let us start digging into the movie, the video at question. We are watching
this is an oldie but a goodie, and two-parter.
When even as a non-RE, I know that's bad. Simply never a good live-action video game to movie adaptation. What are you talking about? When even as non-RE, I know that's bad, as there's simply never... There have been good video game adaptations. I literally gushed about Iron Lung for like 3 hours.
And also, we've also had... I mean, people like the Sonic movies. I haven't seen them.
They're fun. They capture the spirit of the series.
Yeah, and then there's like most of the Castlevania anime seasons were good.
Then the Mario movie people like.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like anything to write home about, but people like it.
I haven't watched it, so I have no opinion.
But yes, at least the Hunter's costumes and monsters look good. To do Sonic Trilogy, what are your thoughts on April Fool's Day? It is a day where people are foolish. That's my analysis.
Yes.
So yes, finally kind of getting on point. This is a video by Joseph Anderson. I believe this is in response to some of the kickback on his Soma video. Or is this like, this is years later, I know, but he got challenged on it and he came back, I think.
It was related to like the stuff about his Soma video, because a big thing was that like Soma, he wasn't scared by Soma, and I want to say that was like one of his criticisms for it. And then because he wanted to respond to like some of the people who took umbrage with his criticisms of Soma, particularly about like whether or not it is a horror game.
That was the big declaration. He said that Soma Twi, you are familiar with Amnesia: The Dark Descent, at least in reputation?
No.
Okay, all right. Wow, I mean that was such a formative thing for Let's Play on YouTube, but I know that's like
I don't do anything about Let's Plays.
I know,
That's not in my wheelhouse.
but like it more so just like Zeitgeist, it was everywhere for a while. So
I know that there's like the Amnesia Otome game.
I know
Heard of
that's
that.
probably referring to characters who have amnesia or like the main character, like, but like I am now imagining like one of the grunts from Amnesia and like blushing at every. That'd be great.
Nah, going to woo or that
Yeah.
type of shit. I don't know.
The but yes, so basically there was this very popular horror game that basically got super popular because of the early Let's Playing scene. It's where Markiplier made his name to fame. So did JYCT, a lot of big names on YouTube now, PewDiePie. They played this game, it got massively popular, and then the guys that made it came out with a spiritual successor called Soma, which was a science fiction horror game as opposed to a fantasy one. And it had a lot of very deep and complicated themes about the nature of what it means to be human. It's a very interesting story. And then Joseph Anderson released basically a 40-minute review of it that ended up completely tanking its reputation. Like, it basically made the game fail. It's partly responsible for why that game failed.
I don't want to say that like it was. Well, I definitely think that Joseph was like a big part in it, but I want to say that there were also other people who didn't like it when the time that it came out. It was kind of like looking back out at it, kind of felt like the Blade Runner of like horror video games.
Yes, that's actually a
sense
good
that, like, it never
equivalent.
really got appreciation until much
So-
later.
So from what I'm to understand about this video that we're about to watch is he does not get scared for any video games. In which case I would have to ask.
Well, we'll get to that. There's interesting.
Let me finish what I was saying
Oh,
first.
sorry,
Jesus
sorry.
Christ, guys. I'm gonna hunt you guys the next time you do that.
I'll
But-
just move you behind the table.
No, that won't save you.
I'm just gonna
Roll to
watch.
attack.
All right.
So from what I'm getting from this is, or what I would have to ask then, if he doesn't get scared from any kind of like actual horror and not just like the very generic jump scare stuff and all that kind of thing, then why are you participating in the horror genre
Well,
if nothing really scares you?
that's an interesting
That's an excellent
question.
question.
Here's a question I want to pose to you, Twy. One of his big statements that basically got damaged the reputation, but also is a bit of the flame point is literally he said Soma is not a horror game. I know it's going to be a broad question to answer, but Twy, can you as the resident non-horror fan for the most part, could you maybe attempt to give us a definition of what a horror game is?
The resident non-evil, you know.
Well, I would imagine that. Well, that's a really difficult thing to say because you're asking me to describe an entire genre.
Yes,
But-
I absolutely recognize it as a kind of monumental question, but I think it's interesting.
But I would have to say that the horror genre would have to deal with things that frighten us fundamentally as human beings. Not whether or not that is monsters, whether or not that is existential or internal or just anything that frightens us as the human species, or maybe even on an individual level.
So you're saying basically that you don't need to be scared by a horror game, at least like directly, in order for it to qualify.
Yeah, because like I'm pretty sure that of the little horror that I have experienced, there have been horror stuff, or even not even horror stuff, but like have horror elements in whatever I've watched or
Mm-hmm.
consumed that wasn't scary at the time that I've watched it, but it has stayed with me and has become something that has settled deep within me on a horror basis.
Yeah,
Right.
it's kind of I guess the term is fridge horror,
Yes.
where the more you think about it, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yugok says, I remember a Dead by Daylight dating sim, so your idea isn't all that odd. Twy, it sounds like you have something else to check out.
Oh my god.
That's quite
Uh,
the combination.
but yes, so we're going to go into this as good faith as possible and learn why Joseph Anderson. And I know that's kind of hard to believe considering the thumbnail is kind of mocking him, but
I was about to say, this is an old video, and certain people have already ironed this thing out, but we'll still see things from a retrospective lens and see how this goes.
Let us see what his takes are regarding all of this. So is everyone ready?
Yes.
When I was a kid, I was terrified of scary movies. Half of the reason why is that I watched some ridiculously over-the-top horror movie when I was 5 years old and had nightmares for weeks. The other half is a strong aversion to being startled. As I got older, this extended to horror games.
That's a very good question. Like, wait, was it his parents was showing him, or did you just seek it out because you're weird?
Yeah,
or maybe it's like the kind of thing where it's like, oh my god, here's a VHS tape of something that my parents was having. Let me see this.
Like, I wonder if he's just being hyperbolic by saying he was 5 years old, or if he was actually 5 years old, or because if he's being hyperbolic here, or just saying like 5 years old to mean like little kid, do you understand? Do you remember what it means to be a 5-year-old? I remember what it means to be a 5-year-old. Do you know why? Because I got nightmares from watching a movie as a 5-year-old when it first came out. It wasn't even a fucking horror. Do you want to know what it was? Jumanji.
Okay, I can kind of understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah.
I think a lot of kids ended up having, but you're right.
Yeah, I was about to say, what is a 5-year-old? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Back in the day when children's media actually attempted to scar you for life.
Yes.
Yeah. The really funny thing is that the nightmare that I ended up having had nothing to do with the film.
Oh yeah.
It was really weird because the nightmare that I ended up having was the soccer field at the back of my school was somebody's yard and it had a killer dog in it. And then it was like a thing where all of the students would try to go into the backyard and see how long they would survive. And then the fourth graders came in with just a skeleton saying, "Oh, our friend didn't make it."
Oh shit.
I remember having nightmares from Terminator 3 for some reason. Okay, no, that makes sense. Now just be sure you don't watch any other movies in that franchise, or else you'll have even worse nightmares.
Yeah, even more nightmares.
When I was 6, the scariest movie I watched was Zombieland. It was more fun than you were 6 when you watched Zombieland. I saw that in theaters when I was a late teen.
Yeah. Anyway.
God.
The point that I am trying to make, though, is that you don't need to go full horror film, especially when you're 5. Like, just regular family films that have dark elements to it can be enough when you're that young. Why would you just go immediately into the hard stuff?
Freaking Slughorn from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which I'm baffled I remember his name.
God, yeah.
But like that man creeped a lot of kids out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or just like what was it? What's that movie? James and the Giant Peach. That
one freaked me the fuck out.
I saw it when I was like 7 or 8 years old. I was like, what the fuck?
And they would always play it in like when they would bring in like that big old fucking TV for like in school, and they would play it. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, oh god. Not only have I seen this a billion times, so I'm also partly bored, but also we're getting to the part where like I'm scared, and we always stop like right around there.
You know, a lot of those movies that were God, I forget the guy who like directed a lot of those movies. Like James and the Giant Peach, Coraline, and I want to say, God, what was the guy's name? But like movies like those, just, yeah, all had like they all had like that childish kind of like veneer, but like ultimately dealt with things that
They're
were a
just
lot
nightmare
more.
Oh
fuel.
yeah,
Yeah.
Also, yes, Doc, that is where you bring up Watership Down.
yes.
Oh my god, I still never actually seen that movie. I always hear
Was
things
Tim
about it, but I
Burton the
never
director? Or
my
was
seen
Tim
it.
Burton the producer?
I think
'Cause-
Tim Burton, Henry Selick. That's who it was.
Yeah, I was
think.
gonna say Tim Burton is actually far more prolific as a producer than he is as a director these days.
Yeah.
Um, all right, well let's.
Okay, I wanna just tell you, I've watched the adult version of Watership Down. Like that is
Oh.
the child version. I've watched the adult version, but that one has cats. It's called Felidae. Don't watch it.
Oh, okay.
Noted.
Why? Don't watch it because it's more gruesome, or don't watch it because it's bad.
Hikaru, watch Watership
No.
Down, Kaiser. Okay, he'll watch Watership Down if you watch Grave of the Fireflies.
You know what? I feel like that's an
Uh,
even trade. Yeah. Watership Down is free on YouTube if you want to see it. Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah. Actually, that's on our list too, Raymond.
I know.
Eventually.
It had a
But
TV show. Didn't
no,
it?
Felidae is actually really good in my opinion.
Okay.
I actually had one of my art teachers work on that film, he said. But the thing is that the theme or the plot of Felidae is a cat is investigating a string of murders in the
Oh,
town.
damn.
It's also on YouTube.
Very
Apparently.
gruesome murders, by the way.
Okay.
All right. Well, I rolled it back a little bit so we can hear him tell us that he was 5 years old and watching, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Let's see.
Top horror movie when I was 5 years old and had nightmares for weeks. When I was a kid, I was terrified of scary movies. Half of the reason why is that I watched some ridiculously over-the-top horror movie when I was 5 years old and had nightmares for weeks.
Okay, so possibly it was like an accident. He walked in the room. I can understand.
like
that.
Maybe.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, there's another story that I have about me watching a horror film about this same thing.
Okay.
I was being babysat by someone and we went to the movie theater, and the only two things that were playing at the time was something that I was very not interested in watching, and this thing that I had no idea about called Idle Hands.
Idle Hands.
Yep. It's a comedy horror film about a
Ooh.
murderous hand.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay, I never heard of
Um,
that. That sounds funny.
I was gonna say that's actually not that strange because like you get that in Evil Dead.
Well, yeah, but like I think that when did that come out? I think 1998, so I would have been 8 years old.
Damn.
Yeah.
Rita says, when I was in elementary, I saw both Death Note and Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood back to back, and somehow never had nightmares from that, but somehow got one from Ratatouille. That's the thing that people don't appreciate is that like there is always something that could just randomly trigger like fear responses, and it's really hard to sometimes predict what it's going to be for every person.
That is
Mhm.
true.
Like-
Like for me, for some reason, I was like, so I think for a good amount of time when I was like a little kid, I was like scared of Ursula. So like when my brother was playing Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time, and we got to the part where you had to like go through the big like Ursula technically fight, because it's a rhythm game in that version of Atlantica. I just left the room just scared of her,
I mean-
even though she's not even that scary.
My Kingdom Hearts trauma was literally right after you get let loose in Traverse Town after meeting Squall.
Yeah.
Basically, like when you're left alone in the alley, surrounded by Heartless, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, I am just a small child. Please come back and help me. I didn't play the game for like 2 months. Then I came back and I actually got good.
Semi-related to the Harry Potter thing that we were talking about, I think my childhood video game trauma was with the Harry Potter game Prisoner of Azkaban for the PC. Your very first encounter with like the what are the Dementors just like already these very deathly kind of figures now also presented in this level where like you're surrounded by like 3 of them, and like they
Oh,
continuously like creep closer and closer. The point of the level was to like you're supposed to use Expecto Patronum on like each of them and whittle down their health. I made the horrible decision of like trying to kill each of them one at a time and then move on to like the other ones. And then by the time I did, they would have gotten close to me and just started sucking his soul out. And I was like, oh shit.
Damn.
Yugok says, not a movie, but could you imagine watching Digimon Tamers at 10 years old or younger? I would absolutely have nightmares if I saw that show at 10. I
Dude,
did.
I wouldn't-
funny
did.
thing was is that I watched a bit of it when it came up on JetX, but we didn't really get to like the really scary parts near the end. So I had to
Okay,
watch that
so
later on.
to be fair to me, it came out in 2001, so I would have been 11 years old. But I still watched that shit when I was 11. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I watched it when I was
Yeah.
8. And also, like, on top of that, I was more like focused on the weird cultural differences that seemed weird to me, but I thought were cool. Like I was like,
Yeah.
we don't have parks with this weird like entombed like gate thing. Where can I find this cool like kind of fantastical thing?
Right. My 5-year-old nightmare fuel was seeing Robin from Teen Titans getting the absolute shit beaten out of him by Slade in his mind.
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. I mean, also my one of my biggest nightmares, like I had 2 major nightmare spurts. One was having partly watched the film Alien when I was like, I want to say 10 or 12, because I was like I was interested. I was starting to get interested in horror. And then I also read the first novel for Resident Evil. And like I just kept having these nightmares when I did that for either of them. And to the point that I had to put the book for Resident Evil in the other room because I was just like I thought it was like projecting the fears in my head.
See,
Right.
once you get, at least for me, once I got to the age of 8 years old, nothing really was scary for me anymore when it came to at least non-direct horror content, because by that point I was
Right.
reading Animorphs.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Rita says, "Yo, Jetix mentioned. Let's go." Look, we all
Yeah,
know
boy.
I know what it is.
We all
that's
missed it.
that's not a celebration, my friend. That's a mark of age.
I
Also,
mean, 2 things can be true.
Yeah.
I've
fucking
never
great.
experienced JetX because I'm Canadian. We had Teletoon and we had YTV back then, The Zone.
Yeah.
The Zone.
The other half is a strong aversion to being startled. As I got older, this extended to horror games. I remember getting chills when I was 11 years old and saw this scene in Resident Evil for the first time. The remake version is still pretty spooky in my opinion, but it doesn't have the same effect. In fact, nothing in video games truly scares me anymore. You could explain this away by saying I was a wimp when I was a kid, and that I grew tolerant to spooky stuff as I got older. However,
That is typically how it
Would assume.
works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the thing is, you can still be scared by things, especially
Yeah.
when you're going through games for the first time. Like Resident Evil, I've played through those games a billion times, but on first playthroughs, it's like, oh, what's around the next corner? Where are these things going to happen? Resident Evil 9, you can see my initial reaction to all of that, but now I can play through that game and like I'm at complete rest with it because it's like I have everything sorted out in my brain. Like exposure and understanding help deter fear. Like that's basically what helps cure fear, and it's why you want to be very careful when you explain the monster in something.
Yeah.
So remember the Kezu scared me? The Kezu still scares me.
Yeah, I mean, it weirded me out. It didn't really like scare me, but it's like, that's icky.
there's a problem with this answer. Horror movies still scare me. Sure, it has to be above a certain level of camp and actually try to scare instead of startle, but these movies certainly exist and can creep me out. Same for a few horror books. Yet games can't do it for me anymore, and after years of thinking about it, the reason why...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they make a pill for that, buddy.
Would that be called Black Chew? Would it be what it's called instead of Blue Chew?
I find it interesting too that he said this because I know for a fact that he has he has talked about on at least one occasion that I'm aware of, having feelings akin to fear when playing a video game, namely Subnautica. Now, granted, he didn't specifically say that he was scared, but he did say that he was unnerved a lot by the open ocean, knowing what else was kind of in it. And
but you're
specifically,
right,
like,
because like when you talk about horror doesn't just invoke a flat out scare or fear response. It invokes a number of different types of responses. Like my mind
Yeah.
goes to how people describe Silent Hill 2 and compare it to the rest of the series, where the rest of the series goes more for like kind of strict horror. Silent Hill 2 is much more about morose. It's more about depression. It's more about this
Yeah.
this ever sinking feeling in your gut that things are just getting worse and worse and worse. It's
It's almost like that thing I described when you asked me about horror.
exactly. It's one of those things when I play a horror game, I'm looking for different things than just to
Yeah.
be. I really don't like jump scares. I really hate them because I find them just obnoxious more than anything.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if there's ever gonna be anybody who's like, "Oh, I love jump scares." Like I've never heard anybody say that. I don't
People
know.
do in the same way that like they like roller coasters. Like there's like a
Okay.
adrenaline thrill that people find, and like you can have a smartly done jump scare. Like you can have
Sure.
ones that are really well done, but most of them are just cheap starters.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
the easiest
I-
kind of scare to do. So of course they don't do it. But like I
think
get your ultimate point though, which is that horror, is like an onion. It has layers.
Yeah.
That kind of
I
thing.
think that there is such a thing as a jump scare done right. Like, but I feel like I kind of agree with you, Raymond, that the majority of them tend to just be like, loud
Booga, booga,
noise.
booga.
Yeah, I feel like a good jump scare should reflect less on like the scare itself and more so on like the tension kind of building up to it. The point where like the story is kind of able to make you feel so tense and innocuous that you wouldn't normally jump at instead makes you jump in that environment. That is what I think is like an ideal jump scare, but like that's also very difficult to pull off.
The way that I treat it is that like a jump scare needs to be sort of like it's more focused on the tension leading up to it and the denouement afterwards. Like so much effort is put on the jump scare itself when in reality it needs to be on everything but the actual middle part. It needs to be okay, this is a tension thing, and then it needs to really sell that this is a like I hate fake out jump scares especially because there's no weight to them. When you have a creature that suddenly appears and suddenly it's not just a oh you're scared and you're dead or oh you're scared but it's not actually a threat. It needs to be oh you're scared and now you are in imminent danger, get the fuck out. And so it goes from being a moment it's like it's a starting gun to a much more exciting element of the story.
Right.
I kind of go back to thinking about like older horror because I have watched a lot of older horror from like the 30s to the
Be okay
the
real quick.
60s.
Frankenstein, Dracula, that sort of thing, yeah.
No, it's more I guess obscure horror. Like I for my first Digimon video, I watched The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which
Yeah.
is the precursor to Godzilla. Like we wouldn't have Godzilla without that film.
Yes.
That is considered a horror film. The monster, the dinosaur is there the entire time, but it is still considered like a horror film. You have like the existential threat of this monster destroying the city, all this kind of stuff. It's the same with the Pet, um which was a silent film from like the 1910s or early 1920s. It was a kind of stop motion half animated thing, just about this pet that they have that just keeps eating and eating and eating, and then it just continues to grow until it becomes the very first kaiju that was ever put to film.
Damn.
Yeah. But like those are scary for like different reasons, and it's really fascinating to see the evolution of horror in that way,
I was-
just in terms of like monsters.
In the film
But
class I took in college, we watched, I think it's called The Curse of the Cat. It's one of the more famous like proto horror films. It was like the halfway point between noir and horror, where it had a lot of tension. It's the first film to really use like the stereotype of walking alone in the dark at night and going under different streetlights and having like the tension building from the unknown outside of the lights. Like it's the first to really do that, which is really interesting. But like The Curse of the Cat people, thank you, Robbie. It's an okay film. It actually gets really silly at the end. But like, you know, that's how a lot of those end up becoming.
oh yeah, like I was just about to say, when it came to The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, because you talked about the denouement, I was like, oh well, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was invented before the invention of the denouement, because the moment that the creature died, that was when the film ended.
Hikaru says a creature suddenly appears. Hi, Xenomorph. Yeah. Yugox, I'll be real, toy soldiers. I think someone said small soldiers, really. And Chucky
I'm
both
back.
gave me nightmares.
Yes.
And I ended up
Yeah.
loving
Yeah.
small soldiers. Chucky just seemed to be stupid when I got older. Chucky is dumb fun, but like also it's I was scared as shit of Chucky, and I never saw one of the films. That was also because my grandfather, my grandfather on my mom's side, decided to fucking gift me a Chucky doll. And we had it in the house for the longest time, even though my parents swore they got
What
rid
the
of it.
fuck?
Yeah, like there's something oddly like unnerving about the idea. Like as much as, you know, the one movie that people think of the most of like is Toy Story, there's something oddly unnerving about the idea that all of like the humanoid figures and like decorations or like things, toys or whatever in your room secretly have sentience and like may just out of nowhere decide, actually we want to kill you, knowing full well that if you try to tell anyone about it, they will just go full inanimate and like just make you seem crazy in front of your friends and family.
Yeah.
That's just Shintoism.
Yeah, yeah.
Not wrong.
So
Why do you think the Japanese are so polite to and respects everything that they encounter?
yeah.
Mhm.
But speaking of the Xenomorph, like one of the best jump scares of all time is the very end of Alien 1, where like
Yes.
she's just like I guess sitting against a wall or leaning against the wall, and you think it's just a wall with all this like wires and tech and such, because the
And
alien has such a like bioorganic design, it blends right in, and you only realize it's there when it starts to kind of uncurl like a cat, a very like animalistic motion, and it takes you a while, like just a second for your eye to adjust, and you're like, oh shit. It's such
like
a great moment.
And it's so cool too, because like that's all in the in such an enclosed space, and like in
Yes.
order for her to be able to like get rid of it, she has to like do all this other stuff without being like noticed. The whole thing is just so tense. God, like everything about that movie is so good.
And then
with, like,
I
its
also go
timing
to,
and
of
build-up.
course, The Thing, where every single jump scare in that film is literally kicking off a major sequence in the film. It is not there just to scare you. It is there to set up shit has gone sideways fast. Jaws made me fear the water. Yes. And Final Destination made everyone fear log trucks.
Yeah.
True.
And escalators.
Yes.
Finally clicked into place when I was playing Silent Hill 1 and 2 for the first time recently. Games are, of course, interactive. The boundary between its characters and the audience is much thinner than in any other medium. For the majority of a game's runtime, you are in total control of a character, and the line between you can blur. This is especially true in a game that has a silent protagonist that you make in a character creator, but it's also true when your character is their own entity independent of you and
I actually have come to really not like silent protagonists.
No.
It's like more and more, it's like, especially when you get, I mean, God, the worst example right now that you can really pull up is Metroid Prime 4, where Samus just does not talk to anyone who's talking to her. Like,
I-
I get
kind
it. They're afraid of doing the other M thing where she's talking constantly and she's like making a fool of herself. But Samus
from what I
does
hear-
talk. Samus
Yeah.
does talk to people. She's just
And also,
stoic.
and also from what I hear, they do other M in pretty much almost every other aspect of that game. So it's like, what the fuck?
I find it funny too how like that game was the one that really started to get people to like discuss maybe she should have a voice. I think like some people had also talked about it when Breath of the Wild came out, but I don't
Yep.
think that there were as many people who were like in that big a consensus of like, yeah, Link should talk. Meanwhile, I've been saying this shit about like silent protagonists since I was in fucking high school.
Well, yeah,
Like,
I've also been in that camp for a while, but mainly because I am a longtime Zelda player. And the main reason why they're like, oh, well, Link needs to be a silent protagonist so that you can insert yourself into it. I'm not a dude.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Along with the game, Nintendo, for all the female players, ships the Wii dongle. So you too can experience being a dude.
It's like that was one of the things that like again, nothing else to knock Zelda with, but like that was always really in like any kind of instance in any like game with a silent protagonist that does this. I am so like thrown out of it whenever you have a character who is silent and is like interacting with these other characters who are pretending as though your character is saying things when
Yes.
really you know
is
that they
kinda weird.
aren't. And I feel like I would almost respect them more if they just acknowledge that, oh yeah, this character is mute, because like I'm taken out of it so often when I realize that like these characters are basically talking to no one.
Yeah, I get,
Well, like,
I get what
that's
you
the
mean. I think
thing.
the
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I think my big issue in regards to like specifically the Link types, because in my brain it makes a billion times more sense when you do it in like a game like Persona or other similar games where it's all like, okay, you're playing this character, you make different decisions throughout the story, and so the silence is sort of project yourself onto that. It's like, okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah,
But with The Legend of Zelda, there's like mostly a set beginning, middle, and end of how the story is supposed to go. You may as well
the
just have
fact
them
that
talk.
Links are typically well characterized without a voice is impressive, but he'd be
Yes.
better with a voice.
It would
Yeah.
be better.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something else, but Twy, I think you were trying to say something first.
Oh, yeah, no, just like it's one of those things where it's like you're wanting to insert the player into the character. But for one thing, like when I said with Link, I'm not a boy. Like, you're designing these games for a male audience and you want the boys to insert themselves into Link and pretend that they are Link. But I'm not a boy. I am beside Link. I am helping him through this, so I can't insert myself in there. And also, what if I don't have the personality for this? What if any kind of choice that is made in the video game isn't the choice that I would make to say, because that is just not my personality. So I can't insert myself in that capacity. So I think self-insertion and silent protagonists for the purpose of self-insertion is absolutely ridiculous, because
well,
I
so,
don't
like-
have a voice.
And for the record, I do think there are some silent protagonists that can work. I think we've talked about this on like a previous stream briefly. Like I really like Daniel in Amnesia, mostly, but like it's mostly because like I'm okay with a silent protagonist when it's in a game where there's not much interaction between the character you're playing as and other characters. So things like Portal 1, Portal 2 to a lesser extent, because there are more characters there, but like still to an extent, the majority of like those games are just Shell walking around and wandering this big, gigantic, virtually empty testing facility kind of thing. And
Yeah.
like it would feel weird if she was just kind of talking to herself or like talking to someone who's actually no one for absolutely no reason and occasionally rubbing her belly to regain sanity.
She just starts talking like what's his face from Deadly Premonition. It's like, oh yes, Zach, I can understand exactly what I need to do for this puzzle.
Yeah.
Like,
Also,
Go ahead.
sorry. Also, it is kind of ridiculous when they say like, "Oh, this character can't speak, but we're talking to you, and the fandom is usually like, well, why don't you just make them mute? Well, they're not mute. Like, obviously, people are having conversations with them. It's just that we, as the viewer, as the player, are not privy to our own character's voice.
There are exceptions that I'm willing to make in that, like, full on RPGs where like your character, like, you need
Fallout.
to self-insert. Fallout, Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate did
Arcanum.
I think Baldur's Gate did a really cool thing where they had the narrator saying, "You did this," as if you were in a D&D game. So, like, they don't have your character have a voice, but the idea that, like, the GM is describing what your character does, it creates, like, a nice narrative cohesion for the player. As ZR1 says, the alien from Aliens have such the aliens, the xenomorphs, have interesting designs. They are based on a mixture of art novus, flowing nature iconography, and mechanical elements, making interesting biomechanical design. H.R. Geiger was a massively impressive artist, and I'm pretty sure he drew his initial concepts of the alien from, like, a nightmare fever dream he had.
Which one?
Well, like, basically he was told design this thing, and like a few nights later he had like a dream and he just got up and drew it. Rita says,
I know what I was saying is, like, I imagine that man has a lot of nightmarish fever dreams.
What are your thoughts if it applies to Doom Guy speaking a few times in Eternal, or how Gordon Freeman never talks? Okay, so Doom Guy, I don't have as much investment in, so I'm probably not the best to speak on him. I did like how they handled him without words in the reboot Doom game. I was gonna say Master Chief was invoked. I am in the rare field where, like, I actually like that Master Chief talks more now, because I started with the novels and Chief is actually really well characterized in the novels, and he does speak at regular intervals as the commander of the Spartans. So yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
And then Gordon Freeman does have a voice. Freeman's mind is canon. I will take no substitutes.
Also, I guess speaking a little bit. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I am someone who has a little bit more investment in Doom Guy, because I am, even though I haven't played like all the games, I am surrounded. A lot of my IRL friends are fans of Doom. Hi, Shelby. But for Doom Guy, I would prefer he be silent, but like, acknowledge that in universe, you know? Don't have characters that like talk to him as though like they have talked to him, or that he is saying something, or like that actually have people kind of react in the sense that they are talking to a mute. Well, that's the thing that takes me out of
like a select, because like I imagine more so it's just he doesn't give a shit to the most extreme. He's just like, I'm here to kill demons, get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah, exactly. That is how, because that's my issue with silent protagonists, is when they don't talk, but like I'm expected to believe they do based on their interactions with other characters.
You're expected to fill in the blank.
Yeah, if you have a mute character who is actually mute in universe, I would have no problem with your silent protagonist, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry about that, Kaiser.
Chief is silent in gameplay only during the Bungie games. Yeah, and I think that 343 making him talk during gameplay was actually a decent move, and I think they've managed to balance it pretty well, especially in Halo 4. I stand Halo 4. I don't think it's a great game necessarily, but it is better written than Halo 3, and I will stand on that hill. People can come for me if they want.
But yeah, I guess another one. I guess one that would be near and dear to me would be the Dark Souls games. You know, when you're the player character. But I think the thing with Dark Souls is that it's a very different experience.
Well, that's also an RPG. Like,
yeah, it's number one, it's an RPG. Number two, it's like a lot of your experience with Dark Souls, aside from, you know, obviously the combat, a lot of the story is the vibes, really, and you're just sort of experiencing these different locations and what they might mean in regards to this world anyway. So, like, that's fine to play as a protagonist that doesn't really talk, because most of the time you're just an undead asshole trying to kill everything anyway.
Is Pac-Man a silent protagonist? No. Didn't you watch the is it Extra Level? Like that.
Oh, Secret Level.
Secret Level. Yeah, Secret Level had a Pac-Man. It was actually really fucking cool. I loved it, but it was weird.
Just like why? Yeah, I mean, like it looked cool. Just why'd you attach it to Pac-Man?
Let's do. All right, so we could go off onto this tangent, but the point is he's saying something about. Actually, I gotta roll it back.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Like, oh yeah, I can get into silent protagonists or characters who have their own characters. I think is the general point that he was making.
This is especially true in a game that has a silent protagonist that you make in a character creator, but it's also true.
That's why, like, it's especially true, not necessarily. So that was basically the.
Oh yeah, I think it was in the
like the more you
like,
get
the game being interactive and shit.
Yeah, the more chances, and really you could say this about any media, that you have to like kind of connect yourself with the protagonist in some way can blur a lot of the lines and add immersion to it in a sense. But
like you can do that through numerous ways.
When your character is their own entity independent of you in some scenes. This should, in theory, strengthen any situation that involves fear. In fact, this is why it took me so long to realize why video games don't scare me, because it feels so intuitive. Fear should be one of, if not the most powerful emotion that video games can invoke. When you're watching a movie, it's a character that you are passively tethered to that is in danger. You can't change anything that happens, although you may become so involved that you start yelling at them not to split up, or to not go through some spooky door that obviously leads to something horrible, but you yourself are never in any peril.
Ended.
What show?
Haunting of Hill House.
Oh. I didn't know that was this. Also, I realized it's a TV show, so I gotta be careful with footage. But I was gonna say, like, I don't know about his analysis that fear should be the fundamental emotion that games can
or
evoke.
that the biggest,
because like games, like what do you say about a sports game?
Yeah, I don't. It's weird to say like anything is fundamental to a particular medium, to a particular art form. That because like I feel like any of them you could like there's any number of emotions that you can evoke through really any medium.
Yes, I am playing this hentai visual novel. I am scaroused.
What the fuck?
Also, like I want to say he started off this section that we watched by saying horror should make me feel the most scared that I have ever felt. So he is already limiting himself to being a certain type of scared, which would be more of the movie experience, the slasher film experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he doesn't. I don't think that he would count the feelings that he described when he played Subnautica as quote unquote fear.
He discounts anxiety.
Yeah. He discounts being unnerved. Even like it's interesting how like
I was gonna say like Silent Hill F is actually not that scary of a game in terms of like jump scares. Like you can get startled by some of the monsters, sure, but like the horror of Silent Hill F, because Jesus Christ, it's taken over my life at this point. The horror of it is like the deeper themes and narrative and the actual real world implications that it has upon all the different characters and the tragedies involved. Tragedy can be an element of horror for sure.
Yeah.
And it's like oh, games should make me feel scared, and it's like, or horror games should make me feel scared, and it's like, no.
Or at least he's trying to make the argument that they should ideally be more scary than movies.
If we're saying like
about that.
Yeah, if we're saying that like horror games should scare you in the sense of like a very specific kind of scare, it's like no. Well, like scare can be used in a much more general term. Like I could see other like forms of sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Well, no, it's like I even disagree. Like, oh, like if he's saying that horror movies still scare me, it's like, oh, watch Iron Lung. That's not traditionally scary. That's literally just it's all about the psychology and the existentialism. So,
also, like, he is saying that the only way that he can be scared is if he is an audience, not an actual participant. So, he was saying, I can't be scared by this because I am playing a character within the horror. But if I am sitting on my couch, getting invested in characters that I have no control over, I'm scared for them, but I'm not scared for myself because I have my own agency in the video game.
Oh my god, he's a horror cook.
Yes.
Bro, he's the Sneeko of horror games. Holy shit.
Oh!
When you realize this, you may wonder,
The
why
real
do you
Sneeko.
feel scared at all? Well, an answer, but not the only answer, is empathy. Either you are invested in a character, or you are imagining what it would be like if you were in that same situation. If you were being hunted by some unstoppable supernatural force, surrounded by zombies, stalked by nightmares. Terrifying. If you were to jump into the situation in place of the character,
So that
you
was
can
supposed to be a
imagine
joke.
how vulnerable you would be.
What?
I assume that the Twilight as the imagery of what is terrifying was supposed to be a joke.
Oh yeah.
So
didn't
again,
get a
doesn't
laugh,
it
but-
feel so intuitive
Yeah.
that in a video game, everything should be heightened since you are that character? You are in control. You are in the dangerous situation instead of the characters on their own. Well, turns out, no, not at all, at least not for me. Video game protagonists aren't human.
I like it's like, oh no, not at all. At least for me. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, that's doing a lot of fucking heavy lifting right there on that statement. man.
It's,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
interesting, and it's part of like why a lot of what'll lead into his next video, because a lot of people criticized a lot of what he had to say here because he makes a lot of statements that apply to the genre of horror but are also predicated on the fact that this is his experience.
Oh, that's right.
And-
His next video, Subjectivity, is implied.
You forgot, didn't you?
The thing is, like, I was so focused. I don't. We'll have to see if we get to that today. Like, there's so many. Like, we could easily spiral into a billion conversations on this video alone.
It could
Yeah.
be.
True.
I hope we do, because I'd love to talk about objectivity and subjectivity. That's the
Oh yeah.
best.
You cannot fully commit to imagining what it would be like if you were to take their place because you are already in the place along with them, in addition to the superpowers every video game protagonist has.
Yeah.
Typically, a main character in a video game can't die. Sure, they can get ripped apart, impaled through the chest, blown up, all sorts of things, but they always come back. Sometimes it's contextualized within the game's world, sometimes it's a simple reload screen and
I
you're
don't
good as
believe
new.
you when you say that you've watched a horror film then. Characters do come back sometimes.
Yeah.
There's also just the fact that, like, if you've watched a movie, then you also know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Like,
And
Yes.
like, you
what-
can use that same argument of like, oh, I know this character isn't going to die, so I'm no longer afraid of like the things that happen. It's like,
Or also, like, oh, I'm afraid that this character is gonna die. Let me just rewind the film or start from the very beginning again so they're no longer dead.
has this
I
guy
think it's
never
also
seen
interesting-
Time Loop horror? Apparently not. I mean, this guy would be
I
floored by
think-
Groundhog's Day.
Yeah, I
Well,
was
yeah,
about
but
to
that's the
say,
other
did he
thing,
ever
is-
see that?
this discounts other forms of horror that don't expressly like invoke the fear of like death specifically. What about
Yeah.
like the fear of someone who is stuck in a time loop, dying again and again and again, and they are unable to stop it, and just like the pure just visceral horror of being stuck in that kind of situation. Or any number of
I hate to dip back into Silent Hill F here, but no one dies in Silent Hill F. Literally, all
There
the
is no
deaths
death in
are
Silent Hill.
figurative. The only time anyone dies explicitly in that game is the worst ending where the main character snaps and goes on a killing spree. That is the only time anyone explicitly dies. Every other time, it's a commentary on social death and social interactions. It's a horror about interacting with people.
But most importantly, like even if you can die in a horror game and you're like, oh, you just come back. Well, a lot of the horror comes from like the specific ways in which they die. Like, of course, on some level, you're gonna be desensitized if you're able to just replay it over and over. But like, what about if the way you die, your character dies, is like so horrific that you do everything in your power to fucking avoid that from happening again?
Oh my god, Titan. You got put
yeah,
one in the
I
F
just
jar.
saw that. And the
Oh, what'd you
and
do?
Daigato.
Yeah, Daigatos
Oh
are
my
really
God.
cool. I gotta open those.
I mean,
Oh,
I've
that's so great.
I've had instances where I've wanted to avoid dying in a certain way in a video game to the point
Oh
where I
my
almost got like
god!
a complex over it.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah, that is true. Also, Daigato, these are awesome. These are from the X4 talking sprites. These, oh my goodness.
Oh,
dude.
it's amazing.
How long it take you to make these, man?
So now what we gotta do?
I
we
love
gotta
Twice the
find,
most. Like that's just so like perfect aesthetic.
She does. Yeah, she does kind of
It
look
is.
like she does look alien coded. She does
So
look
now-
alien coded.
Now we gotta get like sound bites to like play like Banjo Kazooie style for like when
Mine is just
Not
like
mine is just like sound bites of Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Oh, hopefully that Oh, it didn't transit. So, do you guys see all those? I hope. I think you did. Yeah, there we go. I got to reopen these because I thought I was showing the full ones, but I wasn't because I was on the wrong thing here. There we go. We're showing them all.
Let me reload the stream and let me.
No.
God damn it, ads.
Don't worry about it. It was on my end. It wasn't anything else like that.
Oh, okay, got it.
But yeah, no, that's do a barrel roll.
Yeah.
Wrong game.
So overheard free. Clearly, this man has never heard of the concept of tension. No, like he is there. Spoiler alert. There is something that he mentions, and to a limited extent, I kind of agree. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it is not the be all end all because like.
If death was really like the most prominent and most important, let alone not even exclusive thing that invokes fear in a horror game, then like every game that has death in some way, shape, or form would be considered horror.
Doki
it
Doki
feels
Literature
like-
Club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
It
not at
feels
risk
like-
of dying.
It feels like such a narrow perspective to view horror as something that can only be invoked by the threat of death, and that there's like nothing else
Yeah.
that can potentially invoke fear besides
Yeah.
that.
That makes me wonder how he views horror movies, because are you saying that those movies are only scary because you only watch horror movies that are only scary because of the threat of, you know, the characters' lives specifically?
Wait. What about other characters in horror games that die in the narrative? Like that you can't avoid and you can't save them and they suffer that.
Yeah,
What-
you can get invested in their characters.
Yeah.
Demon Survive is a really good example of that.
I think he talks about that because I want to say it's been such a long time since I watched this. I think he talks about that when in relation to like Until Dawn or one of those kinds of games.
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what he has to say.
Better, actually, since you've learned something to avoid that same death next time. See, it's because of the interactive nature that this doesn't work. When a character is in danger in a movie or a book, there's already a set ending for them. They very well could die in the scene that you're watching, or face lasting repercussions for mistakes. There's tension because every injury and every death is canon, whereas a death in a game is a release in tension instead of cranking the pressure even higher. You hit a
Except for
fail state and
NPCs.
restart. Sudden
Except for what?
Yeah, we're gonna just
except
ignore
for NPCs.
Yeah.
What are
we're
you
just gonna
talking
ignore
about?
NPCs. Like we're gonna forget about like the characters that we like. That we
There are
can't
several
change, you know?
games where in combat you have to protect someone, and it's not even just horror games. And if you fail to protect them, they're perma-dead.
Yeah.
Oh, like
is-
what's that one
Well,
game
Dark
that's
Souls
like a
comes to mind.
sprite- Well, Dark Souls obviously, but like there's this one sprite game that's a little inspired by Earthbound, where you're in
Undertale?
this like this Mad Max world or whatever, and you have to protect your daughter, and you what's it called? I need to look it up, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, something that's like
I'll be
kind
right
of
back.
like this. Not necessarily, in fact,
Oh.
not a horror game at all. But
Lisa,
I think
it was Lisa. Yes.
Lisa. Actually, let me look that up. So that's a video
Yeah,
game.
and it's an indie game. It's in that game you gather companions all across this like Mad Max-esque landscape, and they can be permadead, or even better, there are
yeah.
certain points in the game where you make certain decisions, or you can get certain items or benefits, but they have to lose like a permanent limb, and that can cost them being able to use like a specific action that they can do for the rest of the game.
I want to say that like another. I don't know much about this game, so like someone could call me out and say that I don't know what I'm talking about. But I want to say another game that's kind of like that is this dungeon crawler. I forget what it's like the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger or the Temple of Fear and Hunger or something, or maybe it's just called Fear and Hunger or something like that. I know that that's another game that, even though it's sort of like an RPG with like horror aspects to it that also invokes like a lot of yeah.
I should play it.
But just on the topic, since we were talking about like the fear of like NPCs dying, not necessarily, in fact, not a horror game at all, but one that I was always unnerved with the first time that I played it, and also one that I played recently is XCOM, because and what I like, something that I like to do with XCOM is I make my little soldiers, my units based off of like friends and people I know and stuff, because it makes it's
Oh, that's a
makes
great
it
one
like
to stream. I would love to stream that and make it like the chat
I-
numbers.
I actually did. I streamed that for my 2K celebration until like my internet started cutting out and it was terrible. But like I made a bunch of subscribers like little who asked me little like units based on them. It felt so bad when like one of them ended up dying too, and he even got like a final last word before his character went out in the chat. His last words were, "Kaiser's still better at Mega Man than you." I think that was Scully.
What about psychological horror? No, but that's the point we're making. Is like we're already past the point of saying that like he's ignoring other types of horror. Now we're talking about fear and the fear response and how he says he can have it for people in movies, but not for like we're asking what about NPCs? If you can't feel it for your main character, what about everyone else?
Exactly.
There's also like there are other games here, but like Fire Emblem has perma-death. Like there's plenty of games that have atypical reload circumstances. So that's
Only that monster that killed you isn't nearly
Sorry,
as threatening
I was
anymore
muted.
since
oh sorry. Okay, go for it.
I find it hilarious that we are talking about like, well, why don't you care about NPCs and permadeath for them? When literally his point for why this doesn't work for him is empathy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
he has
okay.
more empathy for the characters in the
guess-
movie, but he doesn't have any for NPCs. What the fuck?
I don't even know if
Yeah.
he's considered. I don't even know if he really considers, because like so far he's just talking about like his own player character and like his effects and like whether or not his character dies.
Clearly,
clearly
this man is polygamist.
Like I think he talks about it a little bit more when he gets into Until Dawn, but I don't even know if he ever considers that in the context of like any other game but that.
That's going to be interesting.
you've just experienced the reincarnation superpower of your character that you always knew was there, but may have blissfully ignored until now. Imagine this happening in a movie. Death ruins horror games.
Okay. On one hand, there is I remember there was Shammy did a great video on Outlast 2 where he basically, it was a Mother's Day video, so he was trying to explain this really violent horror game to his mom in terms that she would understand.
Yeah.
And like one of the things he explained is like one of the finest balancing acts of any horror game ever is actually trying to not kill the player, because the more times you kill the player, the less the actual scares are going to matter. You want to always come close to killing the player, but you never want to completely outright kill them.
He might desensitize them to the fear of that.
So there is a level of legitimacy to his argument here, but it looks against every other element of game design of where like a game may try to protect the player from dying initially, or how repeat playthroughs could be cooked in. Like he already highlighted Dark Souls. Dark Souls is cooked in. And Dark Souls, guys, I don't know if he wants to recognize this, Dark Souls is a horror game. Like it is not strictly like, it is not solo horror. Its horror is its like secondary genre, but it's a fantasy horror. It's terrifying.
Especially if we're talking about like, you know, just what we were talking about a bit ago about fearing for the fate of NPCs. Like to my understanding, like the NPCs in the first Dark Souls game just go through all kinds of, the Solaire is just the first one that comes to mind.
If you did not find Solaire your first playthrough, having failed to understand what to do for his quest, because honestly it is very esoteric, and you didn't openly weep for that poor man, I don't know, you're not human.
Yeah.
Now, it could be that many can still separate themselves from video game protagonists and
Sorry, the first run of a Dark Souls game is a horror game. The first run of any horror game is a horror game. After that, you kind of know the rules. And then, like, that's why, like, Resident Evil is so good. A lot of Resident Evils are prone to replayability, and you get things like speedrunning. So...
imagine themselves with all of their real human weaknesses in their place and be spooked. I will never say that is an invalid reaction to horror games, however, doesn't it also mean that the game has failed to fully connect you with the character you're controlling? Think of it this way, there is an Olympus Mons-sized difference between holy shit, that character is going to die, and holy shit,
Why did
I'm
you
going to...
use Bella and Edward?
I was gonna say, like, okay, you used
Yeah,
it once
what?
and it was kind of a fun little joke, but now you're using it again in this. I don't know what this is
In
for.
this context, that doesn't work.
Okay. I missed it the first time because I've been cooking off stream. That's why I've been muted a lot. But
Bro. Okay.
Why are you
like-
writing right now?
Let her cook.
I gotta. I have to in order to meet my goals for this year. But like, no, I don't think, unless if you were like 12 years old reading Twilight for the first time, if anyone was actually scared that Bella would be killed, especially by Edward, like, come on.
Yeah, it's
No.
to die.
to be honest, for
And
some
this is
women, it
all
makes it
something
hot.
a horror game has to deal with before deciding whether or not you can fight the spooky enemies, and whether that combat will be purposefully awkward to try and raise the tension, or something closer to an action game and an enjoyable part that isn't meant to be scary. This is where I conclude
What?
that most horror games aren't truly scary, but are instead horror-themed. Not horrific on their own, they can have disturbing imagery, oppressive atmospheres, but this is done in the same way that many other genres theme their games.
What do you fucking mean? Oh, it's not a horror game. It's horror themed. That's what a horror game. That's what what do you think makes a fucking game?
God.
This is the weird thing about like his argument here is that he is disassociating like everything else in a game and how it contributes to being a horror game, and like the actual mechanical gameplay itself supporting
Is this some
it being
ship
a horror game.
Theseus shit?
I mean,
Or
his-
Oh my
something?
god, Raymond.
What?
This is Pawn Story level shit.
Oh my
What?
god, yes. Yes, it is. Oh
Yes.
god. Basically, what I'm trying to remember Pawn. I remember more the feel.
Okay.
You know how my brain works. You go.
Yeah,
over it.
yeah. So here. Okay, so this is related to Future Stories because Future Stories like idolize this guy. And Pawn Story was a YouTuber who basically said that there was no such thing as a video game because video games had limitations.
Have we ever considered covering Pawn Story? We should add him to the list.
Oh
I
my
wish that we could, but like he deleted
God.
all of his work a long time
Oh,
ago, and I
right.
couldn't find it again. But like
Internet
it was
archive, maybe?
fucking-
This guy can't be real. This guy
Maybe,
can't be
but-
real.
like it was absolutely amazing the things that he said, as in like you are not playing a video game when you are sitting in a lobby waiting to play a game. So therefore, that is not a valid and legitimate video game that you are playing. You are not playing a video game when you are waiting on the loading screen for your character to either be revived again after dying or going into
Bro.
another area of the map. Therefore, it is not a valid video game.
Bro,
Wait,
it's not
wait,
a
whoa,
video
whoa,
game when you
whoa.
hit the title screen, guys.
Hold on.
Holy shit.
So like, is that? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. This person was arguing that because there are aspects of the game that like you're not interacting with, and thus because those parts cannot be considered gameplay, quote unquote, the entire thing isn't a game.
Yes,
That's
My
fucking
God.
stupid.
Basically,
because he said, and he tried to make this argument by saying, well, if that is what you would consider a video game, then playing on your DVD player would be considered a video game because you are pressing buttons and interacting
Wait a
with
second,
it.
what's
Fuck
this guy
you.
thinking?
Hold
Cutscene.
on. Okay.
This guy think of cutscenes.
And the thing is, there are DVD games.
So,
They
wait a minute,
exist.
This is like saying that because I have to wait for my opponent to make their move, chess isn't a game.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, dude! Magic the Gathering is no longer a game, Pete. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We've been fooled. We haven't been playing a
God,
card game.
What's that 2-card combo where you can just keep tapping the same card over and over and over again? Like
Oh,
once you get to that point, then Magic the Gathering is no longer a game when you play that. I mean, in a way, it isn't.
Isa says, there's a feeling at times like this where people try to dig and philosophize way too much and it ends up being counterintuitive. Yes. Also,
Really?
congratulations. Well, yes, but like, at least Isa recognizes it to some degree when he does it. Like,
Yes.
Also, congratulations on becoming a Petty Corvid first wing, Isa. You're the first
Yeah,
person to
boy!
make it.
Yeah.
Hikaru, I remember playing Cluedo on my DVD player. Yeah. Silver-haired freak. Poker is not a valid card game because someone has to shuffle and deal, and you're not playing at that point.
Oh, that's so fucking.
You had to set up the
idea that,
chessboard.
The idea that you need to have like constant interaction 24/7 nonstop throughout
Yes.
in order for it to be considered a game.
Dopamine brain.
But
What the
I
fuck?
guess
I was going to say, Joseph, are you arguing that something come out of the TV and fucking kill the player?
Well, I think I do remember he talks about like perma-death as like something that contributes to horror, but I think that's also later in the video.
Oh.
Action combat and or puzzle solving in a fantasy setting, sci-fi setting, historical setting, a spooky setting. This is by no means a bad thing, themes can be fantastic. To go back to Silent Hill 1 and 2, I was able to appreciate the atmosphere in both games immensely. Surprisingly so for the first game, where the dated visuals sometimes added to the experience all these years later. But I was never scared, just
Describe the atmosphere
Good
for
for
me.
you.
Here's the question. Describe the atmosphere. Go
Yeah.
for it.
Like
Like you're saying, oh, it added to it. How did it add to it? Like, actually, dig into what the atmosphere was and what it was like. Did it make you feel anything, or did you just simply, like, observe that it was there?
Here's the thing too. I'll save this when he goes back to talking about like death as a source of fear. I don't want to change this topic too soon.
Okay.
like no modern horror game has scared me either.
My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
The game that has scared me the most recently isn't a horror game at all. Although it does have some unsettling elements to it, they aren't a core part of the experience. I'm going to show it on the screen now, and I'd like for you to give me a second to explain before you shut off the video.
Here
we go.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay,
don't
still-
starve!
Yeah!
Okay.
I was like, before stream, I was feathering
This is the
through
one exception.
for thumbnail ideas. I just feathered through the video to see what he would bring up. And I saw this, and I'm like, oh, Twi's gonna have fun gushing about this game.
Oh yes. Can I gush now, or do I have to
Go for it.
Gush now, and then we can like get into what he may be right or wrong about certain elements.
Okay, so Don't Starve is a wonderful survival horror game made in Vancouver, so it's like local. And it's made by a small team. What's great about this game is that you don't know what the hell is going on. You come into the game and you wake up and there's this dude standing there. He's a tall dude that looks kind of evil, and he says, winter is coming soon, you better get prepared. And then it's just you're left to survive in the woods. And also, you will learn very quickly that the moment that it turns dark out, he does say it's getting dark soon, so you better get prepared. So the moment that darkness falls upon you, as soon as the day is done and there is no more light, something in the darkness kills you. So you have to constantly be under light at all times. You can stay there in the dark for a couple of seconds, but you will eventually hear this monster coming at you, and you have seconds left in order to get a light or practically die, because she will kill you in 2 hits or 1 hit depending on which character that you have. But also you have a sanity meter. And this is one of the things that kind of makes me slightly sad with the newer versions of this game, because the older versions of this game, when you went insane, you would hear like whispers. There were a whole bunch of whispers that were just constantly in your ear talking about these things, or like hearing strange noises as this background thing, and it got louder and louder the more insane that you got. They took that out of the game, which I thought was kind of bad,
darn.
but
Oh,
they probably did it because people might have complained that it was too scary.
well, it
Especially because
might have been
the more
obnoxious to
insane
some
that you
people.
get, yeah, it could have been more obnoxious, but the color fades from the screen until everything is like sepia tone, or like in shades of gray. You start to have visual hallucinations, as well as the actual game itself stops being as clear to you visually as it used to be. And the more insane that you get, eventually your visual hallucinations will become real and will start attacking you and hurt you.
Yeah, it has a sanity system. It's not quite as intricate as Eternal Darkness, but it's up there.
Yeah.
So it's like
And
it's good
everything,
stuff.
yeah, practically everything in this game can and probably will kill you. And the majority of things that don't kill you will probably kill you under certain circumstances, like the beefalo. If they're in heat, they will get mega aggressive and will go after you if you come even close to them.
Or you could
Um,
just be Batman and constantly set yourself on fire.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Like literally,
Because
we all played together for a little while because they had a multiplayer edition, Don't Starve Together,
Oh, interesting.
and
yes.
regularly it would just be like me and Twy doing something, or we'd all be in our different corners, and we just see in like the bottom, I don't know if it was text, you just see like Fat Man died from like fire killed. Like, did you?
Yes.
Did you? It was like, oh yeah, no, I decided to just make a. I can't remember what he kept trying. He kept lighting trees on fire for some reason.
Yes, because he wouldn't pay attention to the time of day that it was, and then by the time he realized that it was getting dark, he was panicking. So instead of gathering resources in order to just build like a torch, he would just set a tree on fire and stand so close to it that he would catch on fire, and then he would die.
Oh, Rita says, I really love Don't Starve animation shorts they make. They're really neat.
Yes, they are
Yeah.
cool.
It's such an interesting
Yeah.
art style, the sketchy look to it. It's both cartoonish and also unnerving in a sense.
It's one of those games like I just fully acknowledge I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it has no fault of its own. It's just like sort of a aesthetic slash
Yeah, preference.
preference.
I still think that we should play it on stream at some point.
Yeah, no, I'd be down for that at some
I'd be
point.
down to try it out.
I think I have that.
Yeah.
Don't Starve.
It
already,
was
so,
like,
yeah,
I
mean,
got it. I
I'd-
can't remember how I got it. Like I got it through like Humble Bundle or something at some point. But you know, it's a like I can appreciate it's a good game. It's a really good game. And he's going to make
Like-
some interesting points about it and relation to horror. But I want to
Oh, boy.
highlight here. Notice what he didn't call it. He said that. Well, let me roll it back. Actually, let me roll it back.
Okay.
Notice how he phrases what this game is.
Harry
Oh, yeah, he
Mason.
said that it
I'm
wasn't
in
a
town on
horror game.
vacation.
The game that has scared me the most recently isn't a horror game at all, although it does
At all, which is interesting.
At all.
have
Yeah,
some
My
unsettling.
my dude, it has a creature of supernatural proportions that is living in the darkness, and you say that this isn't a horror game?
Like, what-
Excuse me?
I also
Nah.
I need to hold his feet to the fire on. It's not a horror game at all, but it has horror elements. But most horror games
Brother.
are just themed of horror, and this is a game that is themed of horror, but it's not a horror game. But it has the mechanics that you would require for a horror game because it scared you.
And this is the part where I'm like, English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
It's
Yeah,
like
I was literally just about to say, like, do you speak the same level of English that we do?
I'm almost tempted to like get out a diagram to try and figure out like, wait, how do all these different points
Look at
connect?
this graph.
Elements to it, they aren't a
We need a
core
flow
part of the
chart,
experience.
Wait, whoa, wait.
I'm in town on vacation.
The game that has scared me the most recently isn't a horror game at all. Although it does have some unsettling elements to it, they aren't a core part of the experience.
Wait. Unsettling elements are now qualified for horror, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
No.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Why does
And they're
that
not. What do you mean they're not
he
core?
says- Yeah, he says that unsettling elements are just horror themed, not horror itself.
Right,
A real
but
horror
like,
game is the
but,
friends
yeah,
we
but
made
the
along
things
the way.
that are horror
That's a-
themed are calling themselves horror games, and like, if
Yeah,
it
they're
has
ver-
the mechanics of the horror game and the theme of a horror game, why would you not call it a horror game?
But for walks
Here, let
like
me-
a duck, quacks like a duck. It's like that.
It's
calling it
clearly a
kind of
dog.
thing.
horror themed in a horror game. It feels like a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's just, well, like, there were several layers of like, what are you talking about now?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it on the screen now, and I'd like for you to give me a second to explain before you shut off the video, because...
Too late.
Okay, still here, I'll speak quickly. Don't Starve has some elements of psychological horror, but they're kept light. You have to manage your hunger and sanity. If your sanity goes too low, you'll begin to hallucinate. Monsters will appear and...
Dude, fucking slow down! Holy shit!
Yeah.
Like, I get you
I know
trying.
you said that you were going quick, but like you don't have to.
Like, are you so self-conscious that people aren't going to take this seriously when this game is a horror game? But you don't think it's a horror game. You super chat? Oh, god damn it! I'm so sorry, you gods.
Oh, what?
By this standard, Uno and card games are not games. Yes, you're right. You're right. That is, how is it always you? You always fade. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. At least it's not like Deaderex, who never gets a membership.
Yes.
Yeah.
fight you. Your sanity will also drop along with your health if you are caught in...
Oh, I just realized the reason why he probably doesn't consider it a horror game is because it's a cartoony game.
That could be.
I mean,
Like,
maybe.
I get the feeling that he's someone that would probably because like one thing that might click here is like, what if he just can't get invested in animation? What if he's one of those kinds of people?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Total darkness at night. Elements of
like-
psychological...
Plus, there.
Sorry. Here's the thing as well. Technically,
Technically.
this isn't considered a horror game by virtue of the genre, but if you play it, yeah, it's a horror game. Like a lot of it is in the background. A lot of it isn't front and center, unless if you're playing like one of the mods where it is constantly night, or you purposefully make it so that it's constantly night, because you can do that.
I was gonna say I don't think it's even in the background. It's constantly present because you're always building supplies in order to build a base to keep the night out. And if you fail to do that, which is your main goal, is survive, you die. And so it's not in the background. It is the core premise of you need to make. It's like in Minecraft. You need to make a base before night falls, or you're going to get killed. Like that's yeah.
And honestly, like I kind of know of the general plot of the game. I still haven't experienced it myself because I've spent so long building up my base that I've neglected the actual plot, which is to gather all of these machine pieces from all over the map and gather them at this one certain place in order to get to the next level. And then you do that a couple of times until you finally fight the final boss.
Yeah. So it's like he's just
horror, but they're kept light. You have to manage your hunger and sanity. If your sanity goes too low, you'll begin to hallucinate. Monsters will appear and fight you. Your sanity will also drop along with your health if you are caught in total darkness at night. None of this would be particularly effective, except that Don't Starve has permadeath. You can construct extra lives for yourself, but they weaken your character by lowering their maximum health, and you need to commit resources to building a new one after each death. These are substantial enough hurdles
He's
that
going
every
almost as fast as Lily Orchard. Good lord.
Yeah, somebody said that in chat, right? He's pulling a.
yeah. It's just, you were
Yeah.
like this just screams to me of insecurity. Like unless he's trying to do a gag, in which case it's not funny.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say something that adds to the horror. So canonically, it is this character that he is playing, Wilson. Wilson will go down to the last level of this world, fight the evil boss, which is Maxwell,
And then he replaces Maxwell as the king of the world. He cannot leave the chair. That is pretty horrific.
Yes.
What you're
Also,
saying is
thank you, Omega Rob.
Oh wait,
Horror game, horror themed game. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
Yeah.
The same picture. Yeah.
Oh my god. Overhyping. I'm so sorry. You got sends a super chat, other super chats. I'm so sorry.
This is like this.
Now we need to do another one with that with that meme, but instead it's Deaderex and
we've
membership.
had Deaderex memberships before, like with
oh yeah.
With like the
the
soldier
explosion,
in the body.
he's the only one that doesn't get hit.
Yeah.
I remember that.
We have a couple of those, and then we also have from Titan Executor, what this guy thinks is true horror. Fear me. No. Well, the thing is, I don't know. Like, I don't know what he thinks of Five Nights at Freddy's, but
Yeah,
like,
Yeah. I think what's interesting too, like especially because I don't remember if he talks about why he doesn't consider this. I hope that he does talk about why he doesn't consider this horror, because just based on what you've described so far, Twy, and even from what I've seen, I would classify this as horror.
well, I mean, it's
I'm-
like
yeah.
it has the anxiety of horror. Like, I am constantly fucked.
Oh yeah.
I have recently been, and like I wouldn't discount it from being horror just because like it's cartoony, because I've also recently been playing a cartoony game with like psychological or Lovecraftian elements to it. A game called Dredge, if anyone else has heard of that.
Dredge is
Yeah.
awesome. I got that from Humble Bundle as well. I got a lot of
Yeah.
shit from Humble Bundle. I just gotta sort through it all.
And like just going back briefly to like the whole fear of what happens to NPCs, that's another one of those games that like even if you got over the fear of all the monsters in that game, there's always just the fact of like as you're progressing, things that you do can cause other people to get hurt. I won't spoil too
He
much.
found
but, like,
FNAF 1 scary.
What?
what?
Like, okay, here's the thing.
What?
FNAF 1, it's Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Yeah, it'll make you jump. It's a scary game. It gives you some anxiety because you're managing a couple of things and you're trying not to die. But, like, you can always restart a night.
Also, okay,
Yeah,
do you
like,
say it like in a different video, or is that later in this video?
Yeah, like,
don't-
is that
I actually
here
don't
or
know
is
if
that later?
FNAF came out when the time that like no
FNAF
was
came out
when
in,
the-
like, 2012.
yeah no, I don't know why I thought because this was I keep
Yes, but
thinking
the
that, like,
atmosphere. He said the atmosphere was spooky enough. Okay, so the
What?
atmosphere,
Oh,
the atmosphere in Five Nights at Freddy's was way scarier than the atmosphere of the classic horror video game franchise Silent Hill.
It was
Dog, get-
apparently
Oh, you
it was
played-
more. It was scarier than Amnesia. It was scarier than fucking Soma. In fact, Soma's
Somehow.
environment was so not scary that it's not even considered a horror game to him.
Okay, I just, oh my god,
right, we
2013
need
is
a
when
chart.
Your
we need a
horror
flow
game needs
chart
to be
right
this
now.
tall to qualify as
So
horror.
he did this on stream and he said that he was scared. So apparently this might have been like a live thing potentially after this video. If that's the case, I wonder if like his experience with horror at this point is I must have my ass clenching at all times type deal.
Yeah,
if-
that's my thing. It's like the constant dopamine hit. Is that what this is? I feel like that's what this is at this point.
The damage done to horror genre by FNAF is incomprehensibly vast. It is, although it's tapering off in favor of things like the Backrooms now. Like, oh, by the way, that film looks interesting. I'm actually really intrigued by the Backrooms film.
Yeah, it does. I'm not.
I'm nervous because it
I'm
has a
not
lot of
entirely-
studio backing, but
Yeah, I've not ruled out the possibility that this is just going to be another like Slender Man, just like people trying to capitalize on a popular, horror.
oh no,
kind of
it's made
thing.
by the guy that made the actual like series on YouTube.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah, he
well,
is the
all right, well,
director of the film. Like, it's a really rare circumstance where Hollywood was like, yeah, no, we're elevating you, and you have like almost full control.
Okay, well
yeah.
now I'm interested. I was intrigued, but now they
Now you
have
have my-
my
Yeah,
attention.
I
Yeah.
still have my reservations, but they also have I can never remember his name. Chewy. He's the guy that played the assassin in the Firefly movie. But yeah, anyway, yes.
Life is precious. So when you make a mistake and realize as night begins to fall that you are low on food, health, don't have the materials on hand to make a light source, and have only seconds to solve these problems, you may feel, oh no, I'm doomed. I'm dead, as you scramble for a way out.
Yeah, but then just make a new save and start from scratch. And your character comes back just fine.
Yeah. Also, I have a little cheat for this. At least for the if you're playing solo, if you're playing with other people, this won't work, obviously. But at the moment that you die, just exit the game. Your save won't have time to have disappeared.
To be fair, FNAF definitely put a spin on the horror genre of having it be on the defensive and keeping people out other than running away, but it should have ended at FNAF 3, latest 4. That is nothing new. Like, that is nothing new. A lot of what sold FNAF, I think, is just a combination of elements that struck at the right time, because it doesn't do anything new for the genre.
No.
At all.
No. If anything, like, it felt like it really hasn't
Derivative.
done enough. Yeah, it really doesn't, for as long as it's been around, it really, even for as derivative as it was, it doesn't feel like it's really done a whole lot more since then. Because, like, from its inception, like, it feels like, oh, I could see this possibly evolving into, like, a weird horror spin on the, what's the, tower defense genre kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, like,
Right.
there's never really a time when, like, it really, like, they have different flavors of the first game, but there's very little that, like, feels actually innovative off of the original game, which by itself was already still kind of derivative.
Yeah.
Death has meaning, unlike almost every horror game out there that I've played. Does this mean that I want every horror game to have permadeath? Well, yes, in a way, but it's not that easy. Like most problems that encapsulate entire genres, this is complex. It's why I've always tried to make that clear when I've criticized horror games in the past for not being scary, Soma in particular. It's not a specific failing, it's genre-wide if you can reload after dying. I also fully
No.
It's so
Oh, wait,
interesting
wait,
to-
one minute. Yeah, I think he's about to get a point here.
expect that
Yeah.
many people will disagree with me, but just consider how much more powerful a visually terrifying enemy in a horror game would be if it also had the ability to inflict tangible consequences upon death. How
Well,
Okay,
hold on.
all right.
So-
Now
okay, so
we
this
got
is-
it, Nick, because you just showed a save point. We got to talk about that.
Yeah, so this is the thing too, is that, like, okay, so we're counting permadeath as a tangible consequence, but we're not talking, like, regular death as, like, a tangible consequence. And, like, his reasoning would be, oh, well, you can just, like, go back to the last save point. Yeah, but you still lost however much progress in
Well,
between
I
when you died and where you
one
respawned.
of the things, and actually, like, when I was playing through Resident Evil 1 original, one of the things that, like, if you play as Jill, I think you can actually make as many saves as you want. It surprised me you didn't get ink ribbons, but in Resident Evil, you can only save at typewriters. And to save at a typewriter with Chris or on harder difficulties in later games, you need an actual item that takes up inventory space called an ink ribbon. And that means in the levels, you have a total limited number of saves you can ever do throughout the game, and that already presumes you find this very valuable resource that only comes in packs of 3 if you're lucky. So, like, you have this it's part of inventory management, how many times you can actually save in the game. But then, like, one of the things I was playing it, and I'm gonna have to deal with on stream when we finally get to me showing it to Twy, is that the PC port, when I use a fix on it, the fix itself is relatively unstable in places. So it will periodically crash. I will never be able to, like, 100% that game in its natural state because I cannot rely on the game not crashing at random points. The crashes ended up becoming more terrifying than the monsters. I was clenching my ass cheeks because I had two fucking ink ribbons left halfway through the game. And I was like, okay, I gotta find more ink ribbons. I don't know where they are because I'm not as familiar with the original game. And then on top of that, I've got to do all this shit to get to new areas that I haven't already ventured to. And so I'm like 30 minutes in to doing all these things. And you know what fucking happens? My game crashes and I have to redo 30 minutes of progress.
Oh, no.
Oh.
And, like, I'm sorry, Joe, but, like, the idea of like having like Resident Evil figured this shit out back in 96. If you give like a long-term repercussion and let the player work themselves into a box by overextending their resources, such as saving, if you make saving a resource, it can make it so much more butt-clenchingly terrifying when you have the risk of being reset so much further than would otherwise be reasonable. And you know, you're the one at fault for that.
No, guys. In fact, I think that Don't Starve doesn't go far enough when it comes to its horror elements. You need to make me a game where if you die in that game, you're never allowed to play that game again. You are permanently dead.
No, that's baby game. What you need is a game that you can only play while you're strapped to an electric chair, and if you die in the game, you die in real life.
You need a game that if you fail, it blue screens your computer and no longer.
Yes, it just annihilates your CPU.
This is the game equivalent of that meme of Spike Spiegel saying, "I want a woman who can fucking kill me. I want a game that can fucking kill me."
I want to know what his. I'm sorry, I'll be really quick. I just want to know like what he. At what length of time he would have to like respawn for it to be considered a tangible consequence? Because if he considers restarting the entire game a tangible consequence, but going to like the last checkpoint, then like what's the cutoff point? What if you went back to not the last checkpoint, but the checkpoint before that? Is that like a tangible consequence? What about like 3 checkpoints back? How far back exactly do you have to like respawn for it to be like scary to you? I want to know if he still believes in this. I know this is an old video, so like it's entirely possible he doesn't believe this anymore. But like if he does,
what's
I just
the criteria, yeah.
Yugok says Sonic Adventure water level. You know we're not skipping Yugok. I'm catching him this time. So Sonic Adventure water level is horror. Hear that OST.
That's something that's scary is the fucking drowning music. I mean, granted,
yeah, but that's like stressed.
Hikaru says, like, sorry, but if my X hours save gets deleted in a horror game because I died, I'm not picking it up again as it doesn't respect my time. No, Hikaru, that's the brilliance of Resident Evil. You decide when you save the game. It is that's the thing that gets frustrating about me. You can't blame the game for that. You have been given limited resources, and it is now on you to best gauge, based on the mechanics you've encountered so far, when you will need to make the save or not. It's very tense, and on repeat playthroughs especially, you understand more about it, to the point that there are challenges in the Resident Evil franchise to beat the games, typically under a certain amount of time, and then on top of that, you also have to beat it without saving. Don't play Code Veronica. It's shit. It will not reward you for any of that. So yeah, no, it's not a game that doesn't respect your time. It's you making a dumbass decision and wasting your own time. Like, that's the risk of it. It heightens that, and I get frustrated with anyone that says that's not good game design. Izanagi says, I can't believe I'm saying this since I had points where I said this, but I feel like a person wanting to explore the thematic and artistic side of the medium without understanding it's for fun. Yes, like that's another element that he's completely ignoring. Resident Evil, like Silent Hill, I go for the cerebral horror. Resident Evil is schlocky. It's fun as hell. The characters are a blast. Yeah. The dialogue is often hilarious, and it can have really compelling stories on top of that. Like, there's a lot of different elements, but foremost, Resident Evil is about the fun of the haunted house. Rita says, "Oh, you die by falling off a cliff in the first level. Well, I guess it's time to leak your IP address." Hey, remember those I'm sorry if you tripped and fell down a well. Now it's the time to leak the DMs.
That's what they do if you lose in Welcome to the Game 3. If anyone knows that game.
I was gonna say, like, I knew that there were games like experimental flash games by indies that basically you could only ever play once from one IP address.
Really?
Like it was an experimental idea, as like you can only play this game once, and like the challenge was to see how far people would get on a purely first time experience, and it was also it had the difficulty of I want to be the guy. Like it was bullshit levels of difficulty, but like it was
the guy.
It presented itself as like this is a very novel experience. So it's one of those things that like, yeah, why didn't you go play that, Aunt Joe? Oh, except you can't anymore because you died once and you literally cannot play it again. Was that tense enough for you? Did you enjoy your 5 seconds of gameplay?
Well, and again, this is also going
One
back
shot?
to like
It might have
the thing
been
we were
one
talking
shot.
about. One shot? No, wait, wasn't one shot that one about like the cat girl and the light
Oh yeah,
bulb?
no, that is different. That is different. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
thinking of the wrong thing.
Yeah, no worries. But like this is also like ignoring the much broader fact of that like horror itself doesn't have to only come from like the fear of death. I want to say one thing. So a game that absolutely isn't a horror game at all, and in fact doesn't even have like canon death, ironically enough. Well, I guess it does, depending. Is Outer Wilds, which actually does deal with like existential themes of the fear of death, ironically enough, especially in its DLC, which is the closest that it ever comes to becoming a horror game in my opinion, and kind of succeeds if you haven't played the game before.
You got, let me help you.
Like,
Yes, cat, girl, boy, I'm not sure. It's yes, cat. There you go.
Is that like and again, I won't spoil it too much because so much like you really should just play Outer Wilds without like any spoilers at all. But like it's interesting how you can have a game that like deals with themes of the fear of death and can invoke the fear of death without actually having death in it itself, because the whole point of Outer Wilds is that you're in a time loop and every time you die you go back to like the beginning of the day again. But like a big theme about it is like ever looming death without going too deeper into
that
it.
Tension that
And
drives
it just
the
shows there are ways that you can, and again, that's just one way that is another way that you can like create the fear of death without it actually being related to like your character's death. Like we were talking about earlier, you can do it for like other NPCs, like XCOM. Even though the commander of XCOM never dies, I don't want like Raymond to die. He's my best sniper or whatever. I forget what class I actually got for your character, Raymond. But like, and then that's just talking about like the fear. Huh? Yeah,
I'm down with that.
Your character actually developed some kind of PTSD after being mind controlled by an alien. I forget which one it was. Obsessive compulsive disorder. That was the one. You keep reloading like randomly.
No, that is, if you ever watch me play any game with a firearm ever, I kill one guy, hide behind a corner, and I immediately hit the X button to reload. Like, that is legitimately a compulsion I cannot stop.
Okay, that's perfect then. All right, I almost won't even like heal that downside for your character just to like just because of the meme. But
see, here's the thing. An alien did not possess your character in the game. The real life Raymond did.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
hilarious.
But like again, this is also just like going into like different ways to portray like the fear of death without it strictly relating to like your character's death. There are also other ways that like you can invoke fear or uncomfortable themes in your game that would still make it a horror game. Like it's so interesting how we're discounting the idea of like fear created from a game just from the fear of the mechanical death itself and not from like anything else having to do with like the atmosphere or the tone. No, that's just the theme of the game. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a horror
like, if
game.
you
It's the game, even though he's scared by that too. Like
if you walked into Angela's room in Silent Hill 2 and you were not abjectly horrified at the implications of what her father did to her as a child and young adult, what? That's not scary. Do you not feel sympathy or empathy or anything
if that
for
doesn't
her?
count as horror, what does?
Did you not see the weird pistons on the wall?
No, we know what he considers horror. It's jump scare shit.
Oh.
How much more frightened
God,
would you be
to
if
see
it
the
caused you to
context of that,
truly consider retreat as the best option, making you say the only way to inflict punishment for being caught by a monster at the same time? to have no trouble forgetting me
How
there
far did you go?
in
What the
order to
hell?
be impressed by the
Oh, we're
motions
almost at the
brings
end
with it a
now.
lot of what to take. You may even get angry at the making you
there we
say,
go.
please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me as you run, because if you do die, you can't simply respawn with nothing lost. And also
You know, except
consider
for the
the
time it took
opposite,
for you to
that
get there.
sometimes if a fight goes so poorly for you that you wasted too many healing items and ammo, dying becomes an attractive option since you can restart and have a better second take. You may even get angry at the monster when it takes too long to kill you so you can see the reload screen.
Again, it depends on the game. Some games have
Also,
very generous
you-
reloads. Some games don't.
You wasted like what 5-7 rounds just into the wall there.
He could have done that as an example, but he could have not.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, you
could
could
also-
not with a lot of this video, to be honest. But, you know.
Maybe he didn't turn 30 yet and didn't discover empathy at the time of this vid.
Shut the fuck! I know exactly what you're referencing.
What
here,
is he
dog. Oh my-
referencing?
The fucking iDubbbz.
Oh,
We got a lot of super chats, guys.
Yeah, in like one of his big, apology tour videos back, at the earliest points where he decided to change up his content. He literally said something that became a meme, which is that he found empathy at 30 and trying to say that, oh, I made all these edgy videos because I didn't have empathy. I'm
wow!
like, oh
This
my
is an
God,
iDubbbz
shut the
day.
fuck up.
How scary is that? Of course, you can't slap permadeath onto a game, step back, and then consider it a job well done as you pat yourself on the back. The only reason it works in Don't Starve is because each playthrough is different. Each attempt is a challenge to live as long as possible, and you learn and then try again with each retry.
Almost like a
Even
different
here,
type of
however,
game.
having to start over can carry too harsh of a punishment when you've been playing for long enough and can cause you to give up. Transplanting this
Not only that, but not only do you have to start this game all over again in Don't Starve, the map is going to look different as well. So you can't even go to the same places to get the same kinds of resources in the exact same places because those places are no longer going to be there.
Does it have
That's
a
an-
seeding
that's an-
system?
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay. So you
and you
can
can also-
mitigate that, but you're not typically going to.
That's another interesting
yeah.
thing, though, Twy, is that, like, okay, what about a game that does have checkpoints? You don't start over, but, like, it's like a roguelike, where you you get to, like, incrementing, like, checkpoints, but, like, the randomized level at that checkpoint is, like, harder than the other ones, and if you die, you do go back to a checkpoint, you still have, like, whatever you had at that point, but that area isn't the same as it was before, and now you have to, like, figure out how to, like, avoid the challenges in this new kind of environment. Like, what about that? Is that not, like, also kind of terrifying? Like, what if you just get something down and then you die, realizing that now everything is gonna be, even though you got everything down the first time, now everything's gonna be a little bit different. It's not gonna be quite the same, even though you still kind of encountered the. Is there not, like, any kind of fear potentially there? I don't know if there's a game like that exists. I know that there are horror roguelikes. I keep forgetting the one.
Binding of
There's, like,
Isaac.
one. Oh yeah, that is the one I was thinking of
There
was,
is
like, the indie horror game where you're, like, on a ship in the middle of the ocean, and there are, like, 3 monsters that are, like, on the ship with you, and you're trying to find a way
I think I know
off.
the one you're talking about.
I forget what it's called. That was one that I remember a lot of people saying was pretty scary, and, like, it always resets and things are different every single time.
Yeah.
But, like, it's like there are ways that you can
Monstrum? Is that what it's called?
Monstrum, that's the one. It's like there are ways that you can have it both ways. You can have a game that doesn't, like, make you have to start the whole game all over again and still has, or, like, are these things not scary to you, and, like, why? It's such a very interesting point to make. And if this really is just kind of like how you feel about this, it's very odd the way that the video is being presented in a way that applies across the whole medium and isn't just like this is my take on this.
Again, in my opinion, or whatever he said to that effect, was doing.
It's carrying a whole.
It is carrying a mountain on its back right now.
Like hardcore.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Silverhaired Freak, for this amazing art.
Oh, wait,
not
this-
scary enough.
Oh my god!
I love the
Oh my
big
God.
Ooga Booga guy in the back. I'm gonna call him Glorbo.
Glorbo.
Glorbo, he's actually an accountant. He's really nice.
He's
Ma-
Glorbo the Blorbo.
Yeah.
Make him a monster in Maharvolm.
Glorbo
Oh
the Glorbo.
God.
The party thinks that he's a monster, and then like he opens up a trench coat. It's like the guy from Resident Evil 4. He's like,
What are you buying? What are you selling? I thought you'd be like, you walk up, put a little top hat on, and be like, yes, hello, gentlemen. Would you care for some dinner? I've prepared some tea and crumpets.
He's got like he's smoking a pipe out of like one of his arm mouths.
Try again with each retry. Even here, however, having to start over can carry too harsh of a punishment when you've been playing for long enough and can cause you to give up. Transplanting this system onto a linear story game wouldn't work. Other changes
What
would
do you
have to be
mean,
made
cause you
too.
to give
A
up,
drastic transformation into a roguelike is an obvious one. Randomized areas, monsters, traps, and even pieces of a story would work well in a horror game. Making you constantly uncomfortable and never going through the motions brings with it a lot of what horror needs to be successful, in my opinion.
In my opinion.
Yeah, we're waiting for that.
It's like, okay.
Throw in some subtle
It's
ways
my
of messing with you,
By
sort
the
of
way,
like what
I think all game. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, it's my opinion. By the way, all horror games would probably be at their best if all of them had permadeath.
Also,
What the
I
fuck are we
kind
doing
of
here?
hate your showing into the gungeon here. It's like, okay. For one, I actually kind of like it, but I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Enter the Gungeon. It's one of those games that gets really bullshit. Hikaru, I just dawned on me that Resident Evil Nuzlocke is probably a thing. Not sure how that works, especially, but I imagine basic zombies would now be a threat. How? What do you mean a Nuzlocke? I mean, if anything, a Nuzlocke is already emulating the elements of a horror game where you have limited resources and basically very limited retries.
So
Yes.
what would you be Nuzlocking?
I guess, are you talking a randomizer? Because there's tons of Resident Evil randomizers. Those exist. I've wanted to try a couple of them. I never wanted to, like, people are like, oh, do the Resident Evil 4 randomizer. And I'm like, all it randomizes are the enemy placements. And no, because I'm not getting stuck with a fucking regenerator in the first area of the game. That sounds nightmarish, and I will not have anything in there to beat it. Nuzlocke used to mean something. Nuzlocke used to mean something. This thing randomizes is hilarious. Ammo, you run out once and you can't use that gun again. Oh my god, no! Because I'm sorry. There's only like 6 guns in the entire game, one of which you don't get to the final boss? No?
Wait, so doesn't that just mean you just make sure you never use the last bullet, and then like so long as you can find more?
Oh, it's
ammo
like
for
a
somewhere
magic
that-
missile.
I guess.
Unless
just
you're
seems...
saying that like you get a limited amount of ammo at the very beginning of the game, and you never find any more ammo. For
You
the
see,
rest of the
I'd
game,
actually
and
be
you just
interested
stuck
in
with
that because like I've always wanted to do as realistic Resident Evil as possible.
Yeah.
Where like you're not gonna find a box of shotgun shells buried in someone's like closet that doesn't ever use a gun. Like, why would you have shotgun shells in this random researcher's closet? No. Like, you're going to have a set number of ammunition. Maybe you'll run across like a security room where you'll be able to restock. But like, that's it. That's all you're getting for your entire playthrough. Can you tell I don't play Resident Evil? I could tell. Don't worry. When we go through, you'll get to understand the experience. They're fun. Trust me, they're fun games.
Making you constantly uncomfortable and never going through the motions brings with it a lot of what horror needs to be successful, in my opinion. Throw in some subtle ways of messing with you, sort of like what...
Also, I hate to stop right away. You can go through the motions in a roguelike. You can.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yes.
You develop
In fact-
optimal strategies all the time. That's part of the
You can
fun.
go through the motions in literally any kind of game, any individual game, any genre of game. You can go through the motions if you've played that game enough.
You don't
Yeah,
even have
there
to.
was-
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kaiser. I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting.
I'm sorry. I'll be quick. It's just that, yeah, you can go through emotions in a roguelike absolutely quickly. Like, there was this game that I tried playing, I think last year, that I was excited about, because I really liked the intro, the art style, and I heard that like a voice actress that I like was gonna be in it. And like, I played it for like the first couple hours of the stream, and then after a while, it just became kind of repetitive and started to get really boring, really, because there weren't really a whole lot of features in the game. It's just okay, just regular roguelike stuff, I guess.
Mm.
I want to say that, like, because of the way that Kaiser said that, I thought that he was going to say, "Oh, a voice actor died."
What?
She played the video game and it killed her. That's just how
Dude.
this works.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, now
God.
that's real horror, is that if your character dies, the voice actor who played that character dies in
Yeah,
real
there are
life.
all
my God.
every person who worked on the game is on the chopping block. So
Oh
you
my
better
God!
see them one go.
You know what Joseph really needs? His ideal video game is a fucking saw trap.
Yeah,
Hello, Joseph. I want to play a game. You keep saying in your opinion, and yet you keep speaking with an objective frame of reference.
If you look
Now-
to your left, you can see a giant guillotine with all of your games, all of your physical games lined up right underneath it. And to your right, you can see an Xbox 360 currently started up with Sonic the Hedgehog 2006.
If you fall through the map more than 5 times,
If silver catches you even once, it's no use.
if you die 3 times, you gotta play Mega Man X7.
Nameless says, to steal a point from another YouTuber, permadeath won't work in something like Silent Hill 2, which is about James and his issues. Making you play with permadeath is to miss the point of the plot. Yeah, some horror games are not aiming for the most lazy form of horror, which is to outright scare you. It's sometimes there for a different purpose. Diving, I'm putting the fucking dollar in the jar again. But Silent Hill F, one of the reasons I love it so much is that its gameplay plays into a deeper theme about the frustration of interacting with other people in the world and how Hinako sees them in different ways and how she perceives like the social dynamics around her. If you feel frustrated or annoyed or even bored playing the game, it all contributes either intentionally or accidentally to the greater theme of what Hinako is experiencing in her day-to-day life and how certain elements of her life can change that, improve it, or make it harder. Like it's all built into that, and it's one of the reasons the game is so impressive to me on a thematic level. I'm not scared by Silent Hill F, but I am fascinated by it and what it has to say about the nature of humanity and freaking culture. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what it's meant to do, basically. It's going for that kind of design.
Yeah. A horror game can be scary for reasons that don't have to do with its gameplay.
Yeah.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be scary in the traditional sense. It can just like be the kind that like unnerves you or just really makes you think in like an uncomfortable kind of way.
Except for the pregnant monster. Yeah, no, the pregnant monster fucking scares the shit out of me. That thing is horrifying.
Darkness did on the GameCube, and you may have the right recipe for a horrific game with permadeath stakes that won't be frustrating. Until Dawn on the PlayStation 4 shows that another way is possible, because it's the only modern horror game that has made me uncomfortable through its mechanics. In case you're unfamiliar, Until Dawn presents itself as a typical slasher horror movie that you control different characters in throughout its runtime. You make decisions that cause changes in the story.
Because it's based off of it's like trying to make itself like a horror movie.
So the only time that you're ever unnerved in a video game is in something like Don't Starve, or something that is just essentially a movie with a few button prompts.
Yeah, it's literally the like either you have like almost pure gameplay or you have a movie where you occasionally make like a button press. Like those are your two extremes here. Like you're bizarre in your dynamicism here.
I actually, because I think he goes into a little bit more later, and I don't know, like I don't think that like his actual argument is much better than what you guys are describing, but like I want to say that it's starting to come back to me. I think the reason why he likes Until Dawn is because it's the characters themselves are all on the chopping block, and like his decisions can decide which ones live and which ones die, how many of them live
Yes.
or whatnot, and that kind of
Yes.
stuff. But like at that point, it's like games like that exist. I'm pretty sure. Like there are even like
Yeah,
non-horror games. like
There
that
were-
that
there were,
exist.
I'm pretty sure there were other games like Until Dawn before it came out.
I'd be willing to bet there is somebody out
Visual
there
novels.
who has made like yeah.
There is that. Yeah.
Somebody has made a horror mod for like an emulated Nuzlocke, you know? Because like if that's what scares you is the idea of like losing your characters and stuff like that, a Nuzlocke is like right up your alley. You just need to like change the tone of it to match the respective
Until
horror
Dawn
theme that you're looking for.
is now seen as a bad game, at least from what I've seen. For one, there's the remake, I want to say, or like it's like it's one of those uncomfortably bland middle grounds of a remake and remaster where it's basically the same game but newer, prettier graphics, and then they weren't better graphics. Like people bitch about that all the time, so that didn't help. And then people also looked back, like people always kind of knew it was much more limited than it ever made itself appear. Like there's actually very few moments where you can get characters killed. Like it's one of those games that, like, Joe, on your first playthrough, yeah, you don't realize exactly how people are going to die or survive, but on repeat, you start to figure it out, and it becomes less scary because you know what's coming. You're talking about a game that I get the impression you only maybe played once or twice. Like, how many times have you actually, be honest with me, how many times have you revisited Until Dawn? Because, like Resident Evil, the more you play it, the less scary it becomes. Also, Until Dawn never scared me. Like, it's not scary. It's like actually more like campy fun. It's
Yeah, I was about to say I've only really experienced it through, gameplays from other creators and shit like that. And granted, a lot of it can be diluted depending on which creator that you're watching. But even just going by just regular reactions of like the game itself, it's like, okay, typical horror movie sort of schlocky kind of thing. The fun aspect of the game is the different, decisions that you can make with the characters. It's not really all that scary. In fact, I feel like most of the game is just mainly either how gruesome the deaths or certain things happen are, or like some jump scares that happen.
literally
It's
every
really not
David
that-
Cage. Oh, sorry. Literally every David Cage game could count by this standard. Not every single one, but I do think like people undervalue how varied Detroit Become Human is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely his best work. Yeah.
Twy, you okay? Poke.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I just realized that it is almost 5:30, which means that my parents will be coming back in an hour. So I've been running around doing last minute cleanup so that I
there
can
it is.
leave.
I was gonna say, like, your Rahi tuber was frozen. It still kind of is frozen.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That's why I was poking you. I can do that. My VTuber model. I can poke you. But yeah, so like, I think Detroit Become Human like actually gets undervalued for like the broad swath of because you can die at like almost every major juncture with almost every character.
You can.
28 stab wounds.
There's a lot of different characters you can die. There's also just the fact that you can actually go on different paths, not just like slightly deviations of like
literally major like of the 3 playable characters in that game, you can get some of them killed like at the very beginning and just not have access to their entire plot.
It's interesting too, because like that game kind of touches on a lot of the kinds of things that I feel were and still are lacking from like the usual Telltale / like story oriented kinds of choose your own adventure games, where I feel like if they put less effort towards like the visuals and the cutscenes and models like that, they made something pixelated and they put all of their efforts into making this hugely branching story that has so many different possibilities for where things can go and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that is where we kind of should be going with like choose your own adventure games.
Yeah,
we don't really get that.
Yeah, it's always like it was one of those things that I really looked at with people talking about graphics and about like ray tracing and stuff. I really hate, and I understand why, just how prevalent the rush for more and more graphical fidelity has become, and we keep maxing it out more and more. And I get it, you can see down to the fucking pores of all of your favorite characters at this point. Mario has intricately detailed fingernails beneath his gloves or something like that.
My God.
Well,
Like you can see all of his nostril hairs where he didn't trim. But like at some point it's like, can we maybe put more of our resources towards like expanding the games? I would think
Yeah.
that if you were to dial it back to like a nice clean PS2 level of graphic, like you make it you make it not as like jank, but you can just like have a nice clean, relatively simple but effective art style. Like if you make a game with the fidelity of Silent Hill 3, which really pushed the PS2 to its limit, and then you make it, then you just, with all the different resources the computational power has at its hands now, you could make vastly more complicated games that go in so many different directions, and you can have so many more assets. You can make dozens of different enemy types that all do radically different things, that can all interact in new different ways. You can make physics that do exactly what you want them to do and behave like you could in real life, because the processing power no longer needs to render every single grain of gravel.
Yeah, make these things.
Thank you for the TED Talk, Raymond.
Complex.
I was also gonna say, like, I'm surprised that they're still pushing for graphics and graphic fidelity in the more realistic games, when back when the PS3 was still the current gen console, they were saying,
Also, I'll be right back.
the difference between the PS3 and the PS4 that is coming out isn't as enough of a jump to really justify getting the new console. And now we're still at that in the PS5 era, and the PS6 is somewhere on the horizon.
The Order
It's
1886. It existed.
it's threatening to come out any moment now.
And it's interesting too how like they keep talking about that one, like if anything, the lack of a difference in graphical quality as time has gone on has become more noticeable, and it's weird how we're still pushing for that and not just
literally what I was saying.
I know, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm trying to also go into is now they're pushing, like, the only way that they can think to find anything remotely visually different is the AI stuff. What do they call it? DRM3 or something like that. And even then,
DRM5, I think it is.
DRM5, yeah. And I've just seen like the one for Resident Evil Requiem where like you can see differences, but partially because if you actually look closely, it actually kind of looks like shit. I remember that there was one where they were showing, oh, look at how this makes Starfield look so much better, and like it looks different, but when you look closely, like the character in the background's hair is literally meshing and combining with the potted plants that he's walking behind. Or they'll show stuff like that where the AI is unable to actually distinguish background elements accurately, and in a way it has managed to make things look different, but in both an uncanny way and in a way that is also significantly worse than it was before.
And also changes the entire model to look completely different from what it was.
Yeah, like every single model now has to have like just shimmering skin, even if like it doesn't make sense for the lighting or
Buck me eyes, big old
like
puppy lips.
Yeah.
I hated it. It was if no one a DL.
It's Shad's wet dream though.
Yeah, DLSS5, right? Someone already said that.
DLSS5. That's
and God, the Requiem, that was so disgusting. And then the best part about it is like, oh, Capcom was partnered for that showcase, obviously, because they wouldn't have let that happen otherwise.
No.
And then like none of the developers knew about it. Like, like they basically just been like, wait, what the fuck is this? We never agreed to this. And so they were all like, there was apparently a bit of an internal rumbling about that. And I I can't remember what Capcom did. I don't know if Capcom backed out or not.
I hope they did. Good
Yugok
lord.
said,
Like,
"Hear me
I
out.
was-
PS2 stylized graphics, telltale visual novel with actual multiple branching plot lines and endings." I don't know. Is that too much to ask?
No.
That's not too much to ask. But I don't really like Telltale's. Or I guess I don't like their style. But like, kind of with branching paths, like visual novels in general. Like, come on, yeah, you're right. A PS2 stylized visual novel with all the branches that come with it. Oh my god, that could be amazing. You can add a really fun gameplay loop on top of it. Like, yeah, go for it. That'd be great.
Absolutely. It'd be fucking awesome.
But no one wants to do that because it requires a lot more work. Like,
yeah,
Well,
and it requires like the
doesn't
kind of like
require-
work that isn't programmatic. Like it's the kind of
Yeah,
work where you have to go into like the narrative aspects of it. Even though it is still a game, the bulkiest part of it have like nothing to do with like the things that you can program into it. And I think that's why maybe we haven't gone there, is that kind of game is still so alien to like most game developers.
well, it's like graphics. You can always make graphics look pretty, and they are the most immediate result on investment because everyone's going to look, oh, that's a really pretty game. Gameplay is next. There's a lot that you can do that you can really refine it. It's really nice. It's much more complicated. It has a lot more time investment for maybe not big payout. But narrative is the most difficult one because you have to sit down and actually write a good story.
Yeah,
and that is
not only write
quite
a good
literally
story, but also build up like differing paths
Yeah.
that it can take that
literally
makes sense.
it's the hardest element of game design, and that's why so many games go for the simplistic gameplay or visual elements. That's why like a lot of them dumb down, or not dumb down, but they avoid any kind of complicated storytelling because that's a lot more pitfalls than, oh, I tested this game myself and I can immediately see the problems. Let me refine that. Oh, I threw it at a couple of people. They gave me immediate feedback. Meanwhile, you need someone to sit down and read hundreds of pages of content. They're going to take ages to get done with it.
Yeah.
And when you get done, you might have so many problems with it that you can't like course correct.
Yeah, that's also the other thing too, is that so after because like another thing too is that when you like are writing, because I'm sure that there are people out there who have considered these large diverse branching pathways for like their potential video game, but like when they also start to consider, like you said, those other two things that took priority over it, gameplay and visuals, then like they also ask the question of like, well, now is my story also going to like affect these things? Because now if I have a story that takes you to all these different places which you may not even go to in the same game, now we got to make models for these things, now we got to like do all this graphical fidelity, like we got to put effort into like everything that makes these different locations and in these different branching pathways look good. We have to have like the mechanics for these kinds of things and that kind of stuff, and that's all the more reason why like they kind of almost should go back to those more simplistic kind of times. And even then, it, like you said, it is still really difficult to make a game like that. I remembered after I first played Breath of the Wild, I wanted to write a fanfic sequel to Breath of the Wild, but it was a choose your own adventure thing. I forget what the name of the website was, but there was a website where you could literally create your own choose your own adventure game, and you can actually like export it in like a file. You can then import it back in, and you could like play through it and everything. I remembered like trying to make choices for not only like trying to make different interactions with characters based off of the choices that you make, but even based off of like what did you do in the game? Like at the very beginning, it would ask you which temples did you go to, which stuff did you do, what did you do before you beat the game, kind of. And I remember like even because I was trying to put in like all these different kinds of things, and because I was thinking I want all these different kinds of things to potentially matter, because like that makes it feel much more interesting as a choose your own adventure game. And before I even got like maybe 10 minutes worth of like gameplay in, I had already spent like days worth just like creating all these different kinds of like interactions and possibilities and variables, that it was like, wow, this is really fucking hard. And I mean,
Oh wow, I came back and you guys are still talking about this?
Yeah, I know. I was trying
Yeah,
to wind us down. By the way,
I've
was-
just been
was that
waiting
place-
for that.
Was that place Twine?
Sorry.
Was that it? Twine, Pete?
Huh?
Was the site Twine?
was the site Twine? No, I don't think that was.
Okay.
I don't
someone was
remember.
supposed
It
But
was
yeah,
years ago. This was early college when I did that. But
making
like,
making branching narrative paths is very difficult. Does Silent Hill Shadow Memories count for this? No, that's actually a little more simple. It is really cool. It has a really cool system, but it's not as in depth as we're discussing. Anyway, back on Joseph being relatively wrong about horror.
And sometimes
Sorry
these can
about that.
result in death. Permanently. These dumb teenagers do not come back afterwards. Please do not think I am parading Until Dawn around as a wildly successful horror game because it has huge problems, but it's undeniable that knowing characters can die adds a great amount of tension whenever they're in danger. Especially the first time when all you know is that decisions matter and you're not aware of the specific places a character can meet their end, which is a way Until Dawn can reinforce the idea that death can become meaningless when you look up after you're done and find out that the tension in many scenes was faked because characters can't die there. Something similar could be done in other games without resorting to permadeath leading to a game over. Imagine a Yoshi's Island style relay of characters along for the spooky ride, and if you die, then that's one dead from the roster and you move on to the next one with the other one gone forever.
Pretty sure there is a
you know,
Or
it
in
is
a
kind of
game like
interesting how like what he's describing. I could almost see like a kind of quote unquote choose your own adventure game that he's like describing that almost mirrors the kind of like resource management that you were describing in Resident Evil earlier, Raymond. The idea that like you play through this game and you have to really think about like the kinds of decisions that you make with the different characters that you have, because otherwise you may not have everyone by the time you reach the end of the game. And maybe you need to like, in order for you to get everybody to survive, you need to like really think about almost like on a like a persona kind of aspect where you really have to think of what your characters have to do at what times and like what maximizes and like really feel like how you
People are
manage your-
actually properly calling this out. What we're describing, what we're kind of like the combination of all this is I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream's video game.
Yeah, God,
Where like you have 5
Oh,
characters that you all kind of need to keep alive, but so long as you have one of them alive by the end of the game, you can theoretically win, and it does actually shake things up. And that's Harlan
Okay,
Harlan
that's
Ellison,
interesting.
right? I'm pretty sure.
the guy who developed the game. I actually don't remember.
He was the original writer of the short story, but he was the narrator for
Oh, I
Aeon.
didn't know they made a game out of that. I
Oh
thought
yeah,
that was
no,
just-
it's legendary. It's
It's actually, yeah, no, it's funny too because I was one of the people who found out about the game before the book. I remember thinking
Same.
like, there's a book based on it.
No, I read the comic version of it.
Yeah, there's so many different versions of that.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's great.
I played the Atari 2600 port.
Inside or Little Nightmares, death could result in being moved to a different line of progression for a worse ending, and then an even worse one after that if you die again. The idea here is that you can still continue and finish the game if you get grabbed by the ghoulies, but that you really, really don't want to. The alternative is that horror games require more suspension of disbelief on the player's part, and that you should meet them more than halfway in order to be scared. I reject this idea because I don't have to do that in order to appreciate scary movies, and that I never have to adopt this mindset in order to be impressed by other genres and games.
But yeah, you do.
Yeah, you
I-
do.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to
Apparently
meet
you do,
films
dude.
halfway.
Yeah, you can't just be like, oh, I'm not scared because I know that these characters are gonna survive, or I know like which character's gonna die and which ones aren't. I know which ones to
Or
be invested
I'm
in
not
and which ones
scared.
not to.
Or I'm not scared because I know that these aren't real people, that these are just actors on a stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, like, technically speaking, the scary movie franchise are horror films, but they're horror
Yes.
comedy. What? A horror comedy come with completely different rules, and like you have to level on that. Like, oh, these characters might not actually be in legitimate threat. Fucking hell, you can never guess when anyone's going to die in a superhero film and stay dead. Like,
True.
Digital Circuit's been showing that inspiration strongly in the last episode.
Yeah, this most recent episode, Digital Circus, was really good.
Something in a
But
game
no,
is
I agree with that.
visually stunning or a boss fight hits the right level of challenge and engagement, the game is responsible for getting me there without me having to pretend to be along for the ride. I don't want horror games to give me the opportunity to roleplay as someone who's scared. I want to have no choice but to be scared, because that's what terror
I will come to your house and hold a gun to your head as you play Alan Wake. Is that what you want?
Yeah, would that be enough?
Well, would that
Oh,
nice and
also-
scare you? If a fucking if a vice isn't trapped around your gonads and threatening to cut them off if you fail at a jump
No,
in Mario,
literally.
is Mario suddenly a horror game?
Dude,
Yeah.
somebody needs to make
Like-
make an edit of that fucking Spike Spiegel. I like a girl can fucking kill me, and just replace the girl line with game, and it'd just be exactly what this guy is saying right now.
Here's the thing too, is that like I feel like this is such a loaded statement. So you want to be scared by a game so badly, but I don't get the impression that you do. Like, cause just based on the fact that you seem to only look at whether or not a game is scary based on like whether on the fear that it creates from the mechanical existence of death and absolutely nothing else. There's nothing else in a game that scares you. It is just only the presence of death and the consequences that come from it. Nothing else. If you don't want to look at like anything else that may potentially invoke fear or unease or discomfort or just make you generally disturbed in some way, that is fine. It is okay for you to feel that way. But the fact that you don't want to like engage with the game's other aspects that can invoke fear like that tells me that you don't want to be scared by that game.
This comes off to me as someone that there's a reason, because I remember this vaguely from when it was covered on EFAP. There is the vibe that he is the kind of person that is proud of not being scared by something. Like, I don't know how to. It's like one of those people that like has that feel like, oh, I'm the bravest boy because it doesn't scare me, and it's like good for you, I guess.
Yeah, and like, dude, where is this brings us to the whole subjectivity implied shit. Where's the subjective implication in this fucking sentence, dog? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's not in this sentence. It's at the very beginning of the episode or of the video. Kaiser, this is all his opinion. All of it. It's implied that it's all his opinion, and it doesn't matter if there's anything else you can say against it.
I still can't get over that. Like, oh, if it's scary, but it's not like a jump scare. It's themed horror. It's not actually. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, man?
Yeah, like this is so stupid and makes no sense. He has this really weird, twisted, and in some ways horse blinders view of what horror should be.
Yes.
Really is. It comes at you with surprising potency, hits you with a jolt, and leaves you both hot and cold at the same time, just like the jump scare that's about to appear at the end of the sentence.
Ah, he said it. The jump scare.
Just kidding, I wouldn't do that to you. Death isn't the only way to inflict punishment for being caught by a monster. In fact...
But what if I came to but what if I thought yours was a horror video and I came for the jump scare? Now you're not a horror video. I'm sorry. Ritas, you guys don't understand. He played Luigi's Mansion with the lights off at 1 a.m. And you know what? Respect.
Yeah.
It's a real feat right there.
Yeah.
As always, my proposed ideas aren't meant to be actual things that could be done, but rather demonstrations of what a game could look like on a surface level.
What? One minute.
Oh, replay that?
Leaves you both hot and cold at the same time, just like the jump scare that's about to appear at the end of the sentence.
Stupid.
Just kidding, I wouldn't do that to you.
Listen.
Death isn't the only way to inflict punishment for being caught by a monster. In fact, as always, my proposed ideas aren't meant to be actual things that could be done, but rather demonstrations of what a game could look like on a surface level.
My suggestions aren't a thing that could be done, but could be what a game looks like on a surface level. But those are things you could do in a game. As much as we're bitching, you can't implement your ideas. They're there.
I'd be willing to bet that like a lot of the ideas that we have been talking about probably exist out there, whether like in like a game that we just haven't heard of, or maybe one that just like isn't as well known.
Literally, the daisy chain of characters who can die was done in 1993. Goddamn, I have no mouth and I must scream. It's there. It exists. There is precedent.
There are games that that create consequences beyond just like going to the last checkpoint. There are games like this that are out there that have the thing that you're looking for Joe, like we were talking, like Raymond brought up an excellent example with the saves feature in Resident Evil 1. I don't.
This
The,
makes
I
me
just
really
I love
wonder-
these aren't suggestions I'm making. I'm just making suggestions.
Yeah,
no, that's literally why he's that's what wigged me the fuck out. He's saying that he's saying
And the
that
thing is,
it's
he's
not
not.
what
He's
it
also
is.
not just making
It's not what it
suggestions.
is.
He's kind of like saying, "Hey, horror games need to do this." Like,
Yes, dude, this is
Oh!
okay. I was going to save this for when we get to the second video. But this is the biggest problem of these subjectivity cucks on YouTube or just everybody in general. They do not know how to English to save their freaking lives.
Oh
They
my
talk
God.
about they talk about things in terms of like, oh, it's just my opinion, blah 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 blah. But their language, the specific words that they use, do not reflect that shit. Which tells me either you're not actually serious about living that life, or you're not fucking, or you don't fucking believe it. I just don't believe that you believe in what the fuck you're saying.
it's-
And when you're making a video like this, that's a bad sign, dog.
It's basically the reason why I have such frustration with it in this video is it's thrown out there like thoughtlessly. Oh, it's my opinion. It's
Yes.
my opinion. It doesn't come across as if he's saying it because it's the proper
It's
thing
not
to
a
do, and he's
genuine
context-
suggestion.
Yeah.
It feels like he's just he's defensive, and he's only defensive at specific points, and yet otherwise he's being incredibly judgmental in other ones, which is inconsistent.
Cause like it's all right. You want to like share your personal opinions or stuff like that, or like something that I just want to talk about like how I feel about this kind of thing, or how this thing made me feel, or that thing made me feel. It's like that is okay. That is okay to do. I think the issue is that a lot of the wording in this does not feel like he is exclusively talking about how these games make him feel.
Yes.
Which brings me to
Like-
probably the biggest issue in regards to this. Who the fuck did he talk to in preparation for this video? Like, did he talk to anyone who is a fan of horror prior to this? You know, while he had this idea cooked up in his head? Because if I was gonna make something like that, that's
Thank
what
you,
I would have
Regis.
done. I would have been all like, yo, I don't know if I'm going to be on base or off base here because I'm making a huge judgment about an entire fucking genre.
These aren't suggestions that I'm making. I'm suggestions.
Yeah.
says- I might get these super chats. Yugok says Ghostface would be the only one to die in Scream 1 if Guy had a gun is a fun gag skit, but no one uses that as a serious plot criticism because not everyone owns a gun, and there are characters with guns in Scream. Hikaru says, at the moment, my horror is a shiny legendary using struggle. All right, please continue, Dwight.
Are you sure? Because the moment is kind of past now, Raymond. No.
It's either there or I miss Yugox again.
Well, you can just save him by scrolling up, Raymond. It's fine.
You understand? I have fan funding as a separate chat here, and I still miss him. It's magic. It's horrifying black magic. I swear.
Now,
the
now
true horror.
the truth comes out. It's not Raymond who misses Yugox, it's Twy enabling his missing of Yugox.
No, it's the fact that like he goes on for like 3 pages worth of dialogue and then immediately goes into a super chat. Anyway, the thing that I was going to say was on the subject of like his opinion and stuff like that, and
Right.
him not sounding in the rest of the video like it's his opinion.
Yeah.
I can understand that if he said something along the lines of, I'm just saying it right now, but this is my opinion because I don't want to keep repeating it throughout the rest of the video, that it is my opinion. Like, that would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but like there are certain things that you can say that would still like kind of confuse it after that point. I agree
Oh,
that it
yeah,
would be
for sure.
helpful. It would be
Yeah.
helpful, right? But it wouldn't be the cure all because like there are things that you can say even after that point that like that come off so authoritative that it can absolutely like fuck all the progress you've made with that.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we'll probably see that in the next video if we ever get to it. But
We're almost there.
Almost. We're so
Or-
close.
we'll get to it in another hour and a half.
You should express
Anyway.
that
Bold of you to
secretly,
assume that it will
Lily.
only be that
Don't
short.
insult Joe like that. Like, for all of his faults, I would never compare him to Lily.
Yeah, and
Like-
plus
Oh
this
my
is an old
God,
video. I have no idea. Like,
not even close.
No.
Holy
He's no dude. At least the dude has like no accusations
Yeah.
against. Well, at least none to my
You,
knowledge.
you're allowed to be wrong on the internet. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
In this case, it's to make monsters genuinely terrifying while you are in control of the game. A fail state may force you to make a difficult choice in the game's story, or ask you to choose which supporting character will receive punishment for your mistake. The balance here is to never make this punishment result in a game that is worse to play after that point. Just like a setback caused by death should never become a tedious trip through repeated content no matter what the game is. The other important...
Well, wait. So now you're saying you can't, that death in any game now, you're expanding this beyond horror, that death and retreading content, like, that's a bad thing.
But rewatching a movie and knowing what's going to happen, that's not
One
bad.
of the most fascinating things, because I watched Mahler play through Resident Evil 4. There is a room with two spiky boys. If you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. In that game, he spent like 2 or 3 hours just dying and replaying that section, fucking around the entire time to see how he could play with the AI, and he had a blast with it over and over and over again. And like when he was talking through the audience, he was entertaining them through, like, you can squeeze so much out of just a tiny portion of a game that you're playing over and over and over again. What the hell are you on?
I was saying,
Yeah,
is this
it-
guy a fucking YouTuber? Like, how is it his job?
It really depends on how you want to engage with the game that makes it enjoyable to you. But and I mean, that goes into this other thing where some people are now saying, oh, you should make games as broken and as open as possible so that we can be as free as we want to engage with the game however we want, blah 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 blah. That's another issue, but that's not really entirely relevant to this, but you know, it's kind of in the same ballpark-ish.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like just, oh, people are like, oh, games have to be a certain way. And if you were only talking about yourself, fine, you're just going to be miserable limiting yourself for the rest of your life. But on the flip side, it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah. The issue is that he's talking about like the genre as a whole, but he is also talking about his feelings, not just his feelings on the genre itself, and that's what
his feeling. He is speaking, like, one thing that gets frustrating. I think I can vocalize it now. He is speaking on behalf of other people's feelings.
Yes, that
He is
too.
saying-
That's where, like, I'm starting to really,
That's what
like,
makes things even more confusing.
when you say there's a big difference between saying I didn't find Soma to be scary in any way and Soma is not a horror game. There's a big difference between those two things. One applies to like you, and the other is one that you are ascribing to the game itself.
Yes.
Right.
Thing is to make sure mistakes are always the fault of the player if the punishment is going to be so severe, but that isn't an issue unique to the horror genre. What is unique is that you're meant to feel frightened for yourself and for the character.
So wait, if the punishment is supposed to be on the, why are you ignoring Resident Evil? Again, the save system in Resident Evil punishes the player for their own stupid actions and for them misgauging what they need to do. Like, that's like, they had that worked out right from jump. What are you, what?
Starring in the game you're playing, a
What is
character
right?
that is an immortal force of nature that can never be killed, only stricken with inconvenience. Ironically, just like the monstrous supernatural villains that slash their way through their victims throughout the course of their movies. It's a strange conflict when you realize it. It's like Superman being afraid of a spider, or Jason being afraid of some boobs. So next time you're playing a horror game, ask yourself, are you really as scared as you could be? Or are you appreciating the fiendishly realized theme of the game instead of its actual scares?
What does the theme mean? What do you
And
mean?
also, again, the themes
this
are
is
a part
even-
of
this
the
makes-
game!
Whoa, this is the very end of your video, and you're whipping out. Oh, are you just feeling what the theme wants you to feel? If the theme
Exactly.
wants me to
This
feel,
is the thing.
it means I'm engaging with the theme and feeling. What if I'm as scared as I want to be?
Yeah, like, why are you... Is the point supposed to be that, like, why would I want to disassociate, like, my feelings towards one aspect of the game, like, from the one... Like, all of them are part of the game. Why would I want to, like, say that the game itself is any less horrifying just because it is not, quote-unquote, mechanically scary than it is, quote-unquote, thematically scary? Like, whatever that means.
Also, again, see, with this shit, Joseph, do not use the opinion card when you are posing a question like this. Like, this whole entire video
Yes,
is
you're
about
right. Oh my
you
god, this
and
completely
you and
recontextualizes
your
it.
feelings about the horror genre and all this other bullshit. But now you're posing this as a question to the audience as if this is something that you are trying to get us to think about.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the next time you guys...
About?
Yeah, so the next time you guys play a horror game, just pretend it was what scared you and see how that made you feel.
You really are hung up on that quote.
It's so great, though.
It is a great quote. I am floored that like there is benefit of the doubt to be had, but now you are just opening the floor for your criticism, my man. Like this is this thing that like because if you said like now every time I play I have to think whether or not I'm experiencing genuine terror or if I'm just being influenced by the themes of the game, it still sounds stupid, but you are no longer implicating anyone else. I don't have a problem getting invested in a horror game. I don't mind getting spooked from now and time to time, and I allow that to happen. It's part of the fun because guess what? When you overcome a threat like that, it feels fucking good. Oh my god, I was just playing Trepang 2 last night, which, by the way, that's a good game. Highly recommend. The second level has a scare, like it turns into like a soft survival horror for a little bit. And I was genuinely a little bit nervous because I didn't know what to expect. And at the end of the level, when you have to fight this kind of stalker-like enemy and kill it, oh, that's satisfying, especially after it's killed a lot of your allies. And you're like, oh, I'm now personally invested in taking you fucking down. Like, there's a lot of ways to do horror, but a lot of horror also comes with catharsis. Why are you ignoring that the end of horror is coming out of the horror and feeling brave at the end?
Yeah.
It's so interesting too because like I wouldn't even necessarily say that everything I wouldn't even say that there is nothing in this video that holds merit because like I could see someone trying to make the same arguments that he's making here, but like in one that goes into how different horror video games are horrifying in like their own way and basically talking about how the thing is that these kinds of games themselves are scary but not necessarily because of the gameplay and then he goes into like how it maybe isn't mechanically scary and then he goes into but it maintains the illusion of fear because of all these thematic aspects and he talks about like what he means by a game being horror themed and talks about maybe like how in spite of his issues with a game not being scary, like I assume that he's not scared by Dead Space or Soma and stuff like that. He talks about how like the other aspects of like the environment and stuff like that are. It's so weird to like just dismiss what feels frustrating about this is that he is dismissing all of that because the mechanical aspect isn't.
Yeah,
scary.
you're saying he's a maverick when he doesn't have to be, which you're correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Regis. Explain the theme. You guys asked. I'm lost. What was even the point of the video? Horror games aren't scary. They're not actually horror games. They're just horror themed games. That's the point.
But not Don't Starve. Except Don't Starve isn't really a horror game because actually I don't know if you ever explained why he didn't think that Don't Starve isn't a horror game.
Yeah, he just kind of said that it wasn't. He didn't explain that.
I think he says that it's not a horror game because it's not technically tagged as horror.
Okay, so if someone tagged it as horror, then like would that changes his
Oh my
mind.
fucking god.
No, because
Maybe.
then it would just be horror themed.
It's a real horror.
Just like I could see if like the arguments themselves were like used in a different way and like presented in like a much more positive way in certain areas, I could almost see like a good video being made.
Well, I was
here,
gonna
but-
say, like, I've always had this weird distinction when I talk about horror games, because I do like resource management in horror games. I think it is actually really important to have investment in certain things that can be lost, including time. But it's always been like, you know, Silent Hill as a series hasn't really ever done, up until Silent Hill 4, inventory management. And Silent Hill 4 did it terribly, but I still need to play all those games, like all the way through. But like, there are like Silent Hill is a different breed of survival horror. It's just not as scary as Resident Evil, but it's not trying to be as scary as Resident Evil. It's trying to be more cerebral in its horror. It's not supposed to be big, scary, ooga booga monsters. When you look at the monsters, they're actually kind of basic, especially by nowadays standards. But when you break it down, like, it's trying to cover a lot more complicated things. And it's like those things make you think. And when you start thinking about them, it makes you a little more uncomfortable about some of the implications that come with them. It's like it's a different breed of horror game.
Or like the merging of two elements kind of together and like seeing how they work out in like a horrific setting. Like Signalis, I would probably put that in that category, as well as like the psychological aspect, especially with like going back and forth.
The scariest thing
with the
about
new characters.
Signalis was the screeching sound that all the monsters made that made my fucking eardrums
Yeah, there's
bleed.
that too. Like, holy shit. And the music too really helps a lot with
Music
that.
was gorgeous.
Yeah. Music, I just thought it was just scratching noises.
And remember, no matter how weak a horror protagonist may be compared to other genres, there's no way to dismiss their immortality. You are a person safely separated from the horrific world, remotely controlling an unstoppable god, wasting the potential video games have to fully realize what we've all wondered while watching horror movies. What would I do if I was trapped in this situation? I eagerly await the game that pulls this off for the humans instead of the monster.
In my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that came off as an absolute statement, because you're like,
yeah, dude,
oh,
shut the
all
fuck up,
horror
bro.
game characters have immortality, and it's like,
shut the fuck up.
no, that's not how like the respawn works. The idea of a horror game is that your character is like, in ones where you don't permanently die, like a perma-death type game. I mean, even in perma-death type games, you can just restart the game. Like, sure, it sets you back all the way to the beginning, but you still get like don't starve. Your character is immortal because you can just restart in a new world or the same seed. Like, you could just do that. You can just do that. Your character is immortal. You can just keep on going. You just lose some progress. That's all that happens. Like, it's
again.
You go.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was.
My thought was spiraling out. You go.
Again, this also goes back to the whole like, death is not the only consequence that you can create in a video game. Okay,
No.
like we were already talking about, like, hell, I think he already acknowledged like the consequence of like that you could experience from death in like a roguelike, where once you do die, you go back in, but like things aren't always going to be like the same. And we were talking about that too just before he admitted that, like, there are other like, okay, let's suppose we acknowledge the quote unquote immortality of the protagonist that we're playing as. Okay, what does that change? Like, there are still consequences that can be scary for us as the player and that we want to avoid. And just because death itself is no longer a quote unquote consequence, debatable, but like, even with that, there's still other ways that you can make the player scared. And that's just mechanically speaking. We're not even going into the themes, which I don't know why, since that's a part of the game, but
you got your wish, Kaiser.
Sorry, what?
You got your wish. I love the kind of game
I
that
tried
actually just kill me. Thank you, overhyping.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know where that was posted. That wasn't posted in the Team Jacked art thing.
It's not. It's in fan art.
was it?
on Tundra.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, but there's a reason why we have the JYCT art chat is because it's just easier to
No,
post it in here for everyone to see.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Raymond.
Like in fan art, I don't see it there. All I see is overhyped.
Wait, isn't it? I
That's
see
what
it
it is.
in
It is
Team Jack
overhyped.
fan art.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh,
in.
wait. I love the.
It's not
Oh
in
wait,
this-
no, my bad. I love the kind of. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
I think I missed it because it didn't look like Spike, but you know what? This works. I love the kind of game that will actually just
Nameless
kill
says,
me.
once again, Silent Hill, each game is built around a specific person's journey. Taking notes from Joseph Anderson will hurt the flow of these games. Exactly, unless the mechanics he's suggests actually play into the nature of that person's like story, but I don't know like what you're trying to work in there.
It's funny too because like there has also been a question among Amnesia fans if the poor reception towards Soma at the time of its release might have contributed to the poor design of Amnesia Rebirth when it came out. Is that like there is a question if criticisms not exclusively Joseph. I remembered other people also disliking Soma when it first came out, but like it does raise the question, is that the
Overhyping, you're fine. Overhyping, you're fine. You post it in the right place. We're talking about like how we organize things on our end.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, but yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to overlap you. I just wanted to make sure that.
No. You wanted to let him know, and no problem overhyping.
But you're right that like I do think that Soma's underwhelming reaction led them to lean into the gimmicks that came with Rebirth.
The baby.
Does Amnesia Rebirth have the fear flashes? Yes, those are the fear flashes. They're not jump scares, by the way. They're fear flashes.
Yeah. What are you guys talking? Jump scares aren't a real thing.
Yeah.
They're called fear flashes.
That was so embarrassing.
They're cinema.
Yeah.
What really sucks is that like I love the concept of a horror film in the desert, like during the day. Like I think that's such a cool, unique setting, and it's never really been done quite well because like the problem with daylight horror is you can almost always clearly see the creature or whatever chasing you. What I think needs to be done is you really need to lean into like light blindness, where like you are like the nature of light and mirage and sand, like those things can easily obscure your vision. You need to lean into those to kind of create the mystique. You need to create a creature. I think like it'd be really fun to have like a kind of pseudo open world desert where you have to kind of cross it to get to different major areas, and just the entire time you're pursued. There's just a figure walking closer and closer and closer, and you can always outpace it just enough, but it's always there. Whenever you enter the sands.
That is an interesting idea. I have never heard of like a horror like game or movie that's like set in the desert during the day.
The closest I think is Resident Evil 5, which is set in like dusty Africa country.
But like, didn't like all the Resident Evil games like after 3 kind of just become more like action games? Well, until like 7, I mean.
Yes, absolutely. Nameless says desert horror movie. I think Mongolian Deathworm could make an ideal monster of such a that and like Tremors.
I was gonna say like Tremors. If you just made the first
that
Tremors movie into a video game.
Yeah,
I heard of that.
Same concept.
Well, you've never seen Tremors?
No, I never seen it.
Oh my god! Okay, we got to do a reaction with him. Tremors, Tremors is one of the best horror films ever.
I hear nothing but good things about it. I just never watched it.
If you want to picture like the quintessential like fun horror film, it's Tremors.
Yes.
Yeah, that's mainly what I always hear about it.
And then
it's just like really fun.
And then we gotta show him the TV show.
I have never watched the TV show. So
exactly. Well, I gotta show you all the TV show then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Tremors will make an amazing video game adaptation. I feel like that'd be kind of a hard thing to stretch. I think you need a little more variety than just Tremors, unless you make it a short game. Tremors had a show. Tremors had a lot of shit. Is Tremors the movie with Kevin Bacon? Yes.
Yes. It had Kevin Bacon in the first film. And I think one of the main characters appeared again in the third
It was
film.
I was gonna say it's you had Kevin Bacon in the first film, and then you had his buddy showed up in the second film, but the majority of
Yes.
the films after that were taken over by the guy Burt Gummer, who I
Yes,
can't remember
yes.
who played him, but like the guy basically says, "I'll be in a wheelchair playing him to my deathbed."
And it's really fucking funny because like his wife in the first film was Reba McEntire, so they had to make them get divorced on screen
Holy
because she couldn't be in the other films
Wait, why couldn't she again?
because she's a really famous country music singer.
Oh, because she just cost a lot.
Well, yeah, it's Reba McEntire.
I'm not as familiar with her.
She's one of the most famous country artists of all time.
I don't listen
That's
to
female.
country. You ask me who is the most popular pop artist right now, and I don't know.
Well, it's not even right now. Like she's classic country, man.
Oh, but
I
so
gotta go. So I will be back as soon as I can.
okay. I will
Alright,
put us on the scuff cover while I edit things. Now we're at an
And I guess I'll
impasse,
just,
ladies and gents, because we gotta
Yeah.
decide. Oh, are you gonna close your stream? Yep, there she is. We got to decide how we want to approach. Do we want to go right into the next video because it's actually longer, and I feel like it's gonna be a little more intense.
Mm.
So we gotta
Yeah.
decide what we're gonna do with all that.
It's 14 minutes, isn't it? Or wait,
This one was 13.
yeah, this one is, well, I was talking about like the next one.
Yeah, the next one is 14 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's a little bit longer.
So it's not
Mistakenly
not
believe-
even that much longer. Like it's probably the
But-
back end is probably gonna be just like
Yeah.
oh man, like credits and blah 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 blah.
The question though is that like, are we going to be able to like finish this one in the same amount of time as the other one? Because this one, I like if we're going into not just
Imagine
like,
you go
his
to the mo-
responses to the last video, but also going into objectivity and subjectivity and art criticism. It's like, is that
Imagine
going
you
to
go to the
invite
mo-
like even more discussion than the last
Oh,
one?
I think it's more than likely going to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Especially
so
given
Imagine
what
you go to
I
the mo-
remember about this video. Like, keep in mind, right? When I was active in like the
Imagine you
home
go to the mo-
server,
oh my
there
god,
used to be
watch together.
What?
Fucking hell.
Oh,
yeah, someone keeps
Uh,
pressing.
there-
I don't
No,
know.
no. Watch together just does
Good.
this.
yeah.
Oh.
Sometimes it just does it on its own. It's weird.
Oh,
but, like,
jeez.
Good.
There are
How do you
times
respond?
when during while I was there were these community EFAPs that were being recorded, and we reacted to this specific video, and that took a shit ton of time. I mean, granted, more people were in it, more people were talking and talking over tired, blah 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 blah, but it's like remembering that and how like the actual thing went, it's like, yeah, this is gonna invite so much more discussion.
Also, I feel like this is a even more famous video, so I would kind of want to advertise it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, at
So-
least we covered the first one. We got a lot
Yeah.
of like discussion.
I think
Um,
there's a lot to be said on the nature of like horror games. Like it's one of my favorite genres of game, if not like movie in general, just because like when you introduce horror, it opens the door for like exploring so many more complicated thoughts. Like basically killing Kaiser and turning him into a pause stream screen. Kaiser,
Terrifying.
Kaiser, there you are.
Kaiser?
You're back.
Hello?
There
Am
you
I
are.
good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think my connection just fucked up.
But yeah, it's like you can explore very uncomfortable themes through horror.
Yeah.
Actually, there's an interesting phenomenon. I'm actually scared to talk about this without Twy because I think she would have interesting input. One thing that I've noticed with a lot of horror is the horror around how women are treated in reality. Like if you think about it, there's so much horror that is about the negatives of the female experience. And I'm wondering if that's completely oversaturated. Like I'm actually like I'm reminded of you guys have seen that clip from Sonic Boom, right? where it's
Yes.
where it's like
Oh,
Amy like, ah yes, can a girl break the glass ceiling and win the game? And then Knuckles is like, well, by highlighting it, you actually kind of demean yourself because now you're highlighting it as you're atypical and instead of being
not the status quo.
not the status quo. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm wondering now if like there's something similar going on with how God, I hate that clip. Why? That's a great clip.
It does kind of make a good point.
Yeah. I'm wondering now if there's some effect of that going on with horror, where it's like it's constantly like it's only focused on how women can be victims instead of ever focusing on how they can be. Again, I go back another dollar in the Silent Hill F jar. Like Silent Hill F does explore feminist themes, but it also does demonstrate that women can be just as awful as men. Like it doesn't pull any punches. Everyone gets the finger pointed at them.
Yeah, it's more so just an exploration of, you know, that experience, which is fine.
Interesting. Are we only talking about like this portrayal in horror video games or like any horror media?
Any horror media though, I'm not as sure. I would presume it's just as prevalent in horror media. I feel like it is a lot.
Yeah, I'm willing to freaking cop to that. I mean,
Yes,
the first example of that pops into my head is Carrie.
Well, I was
And
gonna
all
say
the
the one
Carrie
you want to go
movies.
all the way back. Like one of the most formative horror films was Black Christmas, which was like that one head on tackled like very complicated themes like abortion. Like it's like, oh, like, and it didn't like dance around the subject. It was just full on a conversation about that and the opinion it had on it. So it's like it's the boys room again. I love that Knuckles scene. Yes. You guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I didn't.
Yeah, no problem.
I just when everyone's quiet for a moment, I'm like nervous.
Yeah, we're letting you do your thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess
Yeah, we're not
I
talking
hadn't
over
really
you.
thought of. I mean,
Yeah, it's
as
something
far
that
as,
like I
the
just
co-
occurred to me. It's like, wow, there's so much horror that's purely around the terrors
female
of the
experience,
female
yeah.
experience and the horrors of the female
Yeah.
experience. It's like because I think one of the things I nailed down to is it's easy for women to relate, obviously, but it's also easy to get men uncomfortable because on the whole, I don't think men are comfortable seeing women in danger or in harm. So it's preying upon
right.
two different angles of fear. And I'm wondering if like it's oversaturated or not, or if it's like not really, it's not being as diverse in terms of what it could be tackling than it is.
All this actually kind of discussion about horror media and like the female experience is. I'm not saying that like it dealt with that, but like the Descent definitely had, from what my vague recollection, had like a lot of like imagery that kind of related to childbirth in a sense, or just like the female aspect. I want to say like based on like the director commentary that I vaguely recall from it, the way that they designed a lot of the different kinds of caves and stuff like that they were supposed to be like themes of that, and
Yeah,
that's kind of making me want to rewatch that.
There's more going on there because like it also, what's nice about The Descent is it also doesn't pull its punches in terms of judging all the characters. Like there are characters involved that are all, oh hey Moopa, how's it going?
Hey.
We're talking about the nature
Moopa.
of the themes of female trauma in horror films and how it might be oversaturated or it might be not as like always well thought out. Like we're talking about The Descent, which does it wonderfully, where like it holds a lot of women to account for their own really poor choices, but it also does treat them as victims as well. Like it's very even-handed. Black Christmas,
really
you're right.
It really lets these bitches know. You know, I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Black Christmas is really good because it had tough topics and doesn't wave its finger. It doesn't. Yeah, it says its piece, but it also doesn't force you to take a side, and it makes you question a lot of different things. And you don't like the remake. Which remake are we talking about? Because there are two.
There's two remakes of The
There was
Descent?
one there. No, not the Descent. I'm talking about Black Christmas.
Oh, sorry.
There was an early 2000s remake, I want to say, which was just basically a shot for shot, and then the newest remake where I think it's Carrie. It's the guy that was in Saw, the guy that was the main character in Princess Bride. Carol.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Fuck.
Carol
I forget.
Hughes, whatever his name is. Like he was
Yeah,
in it, and
there you
it just looked bad from this. The Black Christmas 2006 is a better remake. Yes. This is a curious subject that you've brought up, and I have some complicated thoughts that are a bit difficult to articulate. No, it is. Like that's the thing that really got me on this road. Is like, it's not like the things that they're covering aren't horrific and don't deserve criticism or analysis, and it's not like these aren't universal things that people go through and wouldn't be relatable or terrifying. But it's like the minute that I started thinking about how many horror films are framed around the abuse of women, it got my jimmies rustling with, wow, there's a lot of them.
So
Yeah.
we're talking about that. We're talking about the number of like horror media that are like about a female character and are also about like the horrors of, because like I would assume that we're discounting horror media that like focus on a male character.
Well,
as
how many of
being
them
about
are there? Like that's a question like,
Oh.
I might bring out. Like what horror films focus on the unique male experience that horror brings?
Well, what I was trying to talk about was like I was trying to find possibly like exceptions to like or what may be considered exceptions to like what you're talking about, like maybe movies that are, because
There are neutral films out there, definitely.
yeah, like would you consider like the themes of like I guess motherhood and protectiveness in Aliens and Ellen Ripley, as would you consider that like a part of like horrors of the female experience?
It genuinely like I mean, you forget that the very first Alien is all about rape.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, like the idea of Alien, like the core horror that comes from it is the idea of forced impregnation and rape.
Yeah.
See, there are angles that women horrors use
Trigger
as a
warning,
quick and
I
easy
guess.
means of being relatable. It's a horror stream. Making men uncomfortable, and yes, that's a perspective on it, but I think there are also less charitable reasons for it. One might consider that some of the earliest horror films from the black and white / silent eras also utilize the suffering of women effectively for both their scares and storyline. The original Predator. You know what? Predator might actually be a really good example of the male parallel.
Oh yeah.
That, you know what?
Yeah,
That,
yeah, you're right.
Because that plays on the nature of male powerlessness in the inability to protect people around them.
Well, male powerlessness specifically, even like when they are in like, because I vaguely remember, it's been such a long time since I saw it. I want to say they were like sent in there on like
false pretenses,
a suicide mission. Yeah, exactly. So this is also maybe like akin to like the fear of like men who, you know, want to be protective, who want to be like, maybe not even necessarily exclusively people who like join the military to specifically like protect their country or stuff like that, and then get roped into something that, you know, they didn't sign up for.
Yeah, exactly.
Under false pretenses, like you were saying.
The original Outlast to me stuck out for its distinct lack of women characters and seemed intensely focused on the male perspective and horrifying male experiences. For a gaming example, yes, that is something that was interesting about the original Outlast. Though the original Outlast does have a lot of problems. I think you're right on that one. I was going to say, Silent Hill, I would probably say Silent Hill Downpour does a decent male thing. It does, and it definitely does have its own issues. But Silent Hill Downpour explores. Oh my god! I was gonna keep, but Daigato, thank you so much. You did a V version of that meme. Explain the thing.
I just imagine little bird just like flies up to Joseph Anderson, this giant dragon sitting on his hoard, and
yes,
like gold.
Presumably the women didn't survive. Yes, that is true. I think in the Outlast it didn't, but in Silent Hill Downpour, it focuses a lot on themes of a father losing his child,
Mhm.
and the nature of the nature of like what he's willing to go with, like the depths of the male experience in terms of like when you are grieving, what you are willing to do in order to
Oh.
escape that pain.
Oh, well, by that same token, wouldn't the Last of Us 1 fit into that at all?
Um,
I guess
yes,
it's
though
hard to
I
I
don't
would
know
say The
'cause
Last of Us 1 is probably a more mixed experience because it's also focusing on the exploitation of a
yeah, that
woman.
is true.
Yeah.
Ellie is like a deuteragonist in that sense.
Many Silent
And
Hill
like
games, especially the first one, I actually no the first Silent Hill is a little more balanced. In fact, I would say it's like, well, it's really cool that Harry is like such a brave father willing to go to hell and high water to save his daughter. He's
yeah,
also not that complicated of a character. He's literally
no.
just a good father going for his kid, and it's not much about that. It's much more about the suffering that Alyssa went through. It's much more about the exploitation of a girl at the hands of a cult, which there is
Yeah.
interesting caveats to that in that the main antagonist is also a woman. In fact, it is the same
Yeah.
for Silent Hill 3 as well, which focuses on a female main character, who's, again, Alyssa. So,
Yeah, who is like, and there are a lot of themes in that game, subliminally about like, oh, her maturing and stuff, and what comes with like female maturity and things like that.
Murphy is Silent
That's
Downpour
like
is one of my
baked into
favorite
the design.
video games. I'm so happy I got it. I'm happy for you. A lot of people shit on Downpour, and I don't know why. Like, a lot of people shitting on the post Team Silent era horror games. I mean, they do it on everything that isn't Team Silent, and I'm gonna have a whole section on it in my SHF video. But like the nature of like Silent Hill, it's really hard to articulate for a lot of people, and I have to challenge them constantly. I mean, I have a friend that I constantly disagree with on this, and like he's come the close to really articulating himself, and unfortunately, because the discussion is such a sore topic between the two of us, it's really hard to get progress in that area
You
discussing
are
it.
at an impasse with it,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're at an impasse with it, and it's a shame because like I love talking about this stuff. Um, but it gets really difficult when just trying to understand what makes a certain type of game tick. It's like,
Right.
why does the 343 Halo games feel different than the Bungie Halo games? It's one of those like really
Mhm.
difficult things to nail down.
Right.
Uh,
No, that's
He-
fair.
my understanding, which is vastly uneducated, male horror is typically painted as the horrors of war, etc., where female horror tends to be more personal.
Possibly. Again, I don't really. Granted, this is coming from a guy who doesn't really watch that many horror films, so I feel like that might be true on the
I can
outset, but
see
it's
it. I
definitely
don't know if
something
it's
worth
true, but I can
looking
see
at.
it.
Yeah, I
think there
can.
might
Yeah, that's
be-
the thing. I can kind of see it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I think, well, granted, this example probably doesn't go outside of like the horror of something that is personal, but maybe something that like isn't strictly like part of the female experience. And again, I would have to rewatch it, but I remember since it was brought up earlier in the video, Haunting of Hill House, but like it goes into like several different characters. I want to say one of them actually kind of like touches on the female experience. There's this one girl who I think she's like an empath of some kind, and like she can feel what other people feel when she touches them, and so like she doesn't like it when people touch her, and so like she always wears like gloves and stuff like that. And there is this almost like from what I'm remembering, like a hint of like parallels to like sexual abuse or stuff like that, or when someone like touches her and like she feels almost violated in a sense. But like there's also this other female character who I want to say dealt more so just with like the horror of having what do you call it, what's like that thing when you like freeze up and you see a demon when you're like sleeping or something like that.
Sleep paralysis?
Yeah, sleep paralysis. That was like a big thing that she was dealing with in that movie, was just the fears of these things that she saw when she went into sleep paralysis, and the feeling of helplessness when no one else was kind of there to help her. And that, I don't know if you can necessarily say that the way that was presented is expressly a female experience, but maybe I might also need to rewatch it to see how
Sketchy Sam brought up Misery And that's an interesting example because that could be like, it's been a while since I've seen anything of Misery, but like just from what I remember, that could be an example of the workhorse nature of male-female dynamics, where men are the expectant, no, socially, culturally, men are the expectant providers, and thus they must
Right.
work themselves to the bone, and they must do it in a certain way. I
Yeah.
could and obviously the idea of an overbearing woman, like there's a lot there that could be uniquely male experience. Though I don't think it's completely
fucking doesn't I guess wouldn't that fit into, I think, not only American Psycho but also that like one Shyamalan film. What's that one called?
Oh, that's always a good thought.
No, The Shining was. Why did I think The Shining was?
No,
taken
not
The
The
from-
Happening?
The Happening.
No,
No,
I think it's about like this one serial killer with like multiple personalities or whatever the fuck.
Oh, Split.
Split. Yeah, I think. I don't know if it's been a while since I've seen that movie.
Oh god, it's been a while since I've seen Split. It's really good.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not that fits it. I just kind of threw it out there because like
that one I
I
think is just more about general mental health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
The guy
still not
reappeared
seen
in
it. Would you guys recommend it?
I recommend Unbreakable. I recommend Split.
What about Glass?
I don't know about
I
Split,
hesitate
but-
for Glass.
No, not Glass. Glass sucks.
I
I don't remember liking that one.
I liked it all right, but it basically kind of like it's one of those things where I can enjoy it, but it creates a complete mess that I definitely do not blame anyone for not. It is the only film that I know of that Cinema Wins was actively negative about.
Really?
Yes, he hated that film.
Wow. Okay.
Which is like, and I understand why. It's one of those that like I see the potential in the film, but unfortunately it's Shyamalan, it's modern Shyamalan. So
Yeah.
and I was so excited because Split was so good, and the idea of it crossing over with Unbreakable was really cool, and I love all the characters from both of those films. It's like really now? Yes, really. I say oh, you know what? Gone Girl, I think, might be a good example of male horror. Although I've never seen it. I just know that like there's a lot about a woman manipulating the man. I guess when you get back to it, there's a lot in like film noir and such about the concept of the manipulative woman, which kind of pairs with the female fear of the forceful man. People that take advantage of each other in different woman frames husband for her own murder, I think, something to that effect. Yes. And then she like I think halfway through like reappears. I'm not sure. About Misery. Free at last, free at last. Great God Almighty, I'm free at last. The silly bitch finally bought the farm. Paul Sheldon. Why did I leave? Now you're talking about gender horror. It was just like it's an interesting topic that like occurred to me to just briefly bring up, like the nature of like how often like female centric horror is used, and I'm just like, how often is that leaned on for a number of reasons, and how often is it that there's male centric horror or like neutral horror? It's one of those things I was curious about the balance, because the more it was a YouTuber that was talking about how prevalent the horrors of the female experience are, and I'm like, now is that because it's something that actually wants to say, or is it because it's an easy well to go down? Is there like, or is like, why is it so
like
prevalent,
in some way
that type of
thing? Like is it something that is that perhaps like these things that are so core to like what we are, is what we understand, is so terrifying to us, and that's the reason why so many people try to like tap into that, is because they know that like it is something that is personal to a good chunk of our society. Or is it just coincidence and people are like capitalizing on something that they are realizing it works? It's hard to say, but
Double Indemnity is one that comes to mind about manipulation coming from a woman. Double Indemnity is fantastic. I love that film to death. usually, yeah, that one, that's more of a noir though. That mean, like, obviously we're kind of starting to veer less into horror and more into noir. It's just very interesting how different you can have the different focuses on male female horror and like what that means. It's like just trying to envision the male horror and the fact that like more often than not, one thing that I do notice, and I definitely think it is because of the current cultural mentality, is that whenever you see like almost every year or every 2 year, frequently you see female horrors being elevated. Horror that focuses on a female and her experiences and her suffering, like that's elevated a lot. And male horror, how it feels like it comes out much more rarely. Not that I'm saying it is. Most cynical opinion is that it's a combo of women being extremely marketable plus insidious fascination with seeing them victimized while also finding it distasteful. Almost home. Yeah, like when you find a dead fish on the beach dock, you start poking at it.
Would you say that
females are distasteful?
To me, Raymond, they are distasteful to me.
Yeah, to me.
Dog, somebody should make a horror film based on, like, I don't know, the manosphere, dog. That'd be...
I was gonna ask... Oh, sorry, you finished first.
Someone saying the stream is stuttering? Is the stream stuttering? It looks all good on my end.
You go. What I was gonna ask was just going back to like trying to look for instances of female protagonists that maybe aren't specifically invoking the female experience. Would you say that there is something about the female experience being invoked by like Jill in Resident Evil 1, or like her part of the story? Or you would know that game better than I would. I'm just kind of curious.
No, I actually think Resident Evil in general is very even-handed. I do think that the girls in general are a little flanderized, just a bit into like, especially in the first one, there's a little bit, there is some sexism. I'm not going to deny that. Jill, if you don't find the broken shotgun, has to be saved by Barry in the crushing room. And Rebecca is basically useless. Well, I say that she's a kid. She's an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah.
In that game. So there's like, she's not useful in combat. She really can't fight. I guess until the very end, she does get a Beretta. Oh, you're back. Hey, Crimson, how's it going? Yo, I've returned. What's up?
Yo.
But the idea is like in the game, what I do appreciate about it is that literally Chris is too much of a meathead for several different sections of the game, and so Rebecca has to bail his ass out. Like, she has to play the piano, she has to make the V-jolt, she has to run when he gets poisoned by the snake to go get the serum. Like, literally, Jill can take care of herself in most instances if you play the game right. Chris is fucking useless without Rebecca. Think about how the inspiration for a human centipede was the director being mad about a child, an Epstein.
Oh,
that's a worse line.
Really?
I'll say about a Genghis Khan. We'll put it that way. Being mad about a Genghis Khan and saying that a Genghis Khan should have their mouth sewn shut to the butt of a fat truck driver. And yet in the actual movie, the one who suffers the most is the female lead, abandoned and surgically mutilated, left to die among the corpses she's been sewn to. A PDF file. Well, you're right. .pdf. That's probably how we should have gone about it. Yeah, that is actually kind of weird. What I would actually like explored, because one thing that is over prevalent, I think, in films is the male .pdf. Like, I think it'd be like one thing that is rarely touched upon, or usually only hinted at instead of more seen on screen in terms of villains, would be female .pdfs, because
where my female ditties at?
Well, obviously, Raymond, because haven't you ever seen the South Park episode? Whenever people think of female pedophiles, they think nice.
Yeah.
That, or they think, Chris, oh, was she ugly? And then if the answer is no, then Nice.
Boulder punching
Looking
Chris would
weird.
not be alive with Rebecca.
Really.
Yeah, you're right. No, without Rebecca, he would not be alive. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Remember, Chris
have-
can't read Celtic. He can. He just can't read sheet music.
Have either of you guys played, or are either of you familiar with Little Nightmares?
I'm familiar
I
with it.
don't
I've not played
think
it.
so.
Okay, that's about the same boat that I'm in, because I almost wonder. I don't remember if there was anything strictly having to do with like horror, invoking the female experience in that, but like it also could be. It also could be like a different kind of boat since we're talking about a female child. At least I'm pretty sure 6 is female. It's kind of hard to tell under the raincoat, but
Okay.
I'm trying to
I
think of, like,
don't want
examples
you
of things
looking
that
under the
deviate.
raincoat of 6. So let's just not
No.
go there.
No.
Yeah. You get at least buy him
Well,
with. Buy him.
I'm still just trying to think of like examples of like games or movies about female characters that aren't strictly like invoking the fear of like the female experience.
Scrolling up, Comfy Ghost. Both gender experiences have potential for horror, but if we focus only on one, we lose sight of both. I disagree. To some extent, because I understand. Like I don't like it when. Oh, I gotta juggle all the scuff stuff. I don't like it when a story focuses purely on one aspect to the detriment of others. Like if a horror film came out and said, okay, women being exploited, take it with what you will. Women being exploited in a certain way is bad, and all men are bad as a result. If it's saying that, I take great issue. But if it's just this horrible what happens to a woman, let's examine this, and let's not pass judgment on all men. Let's pass judgment on these specific guys. Let's not try to characterize it as everyone.
No.
How do you know when a story is explicitly saying all men are bad? If the
that gets
characters
into an
aren't,
even
like,
more
explicitly saying
complicated.
that?
That's a good question. It gets into a much more complicated conversation about.
Yeah, because like a lot of that is an individual's interpretation of the text or the subtext. So like it could be that a sensitive man looks at a story where men happen to be the bad guys, like hurting a woman, and they take from that all men are bad, when that may not necessarily have been what other people have taken from it, and vice versa.
Absolutely. Actually, a good example that did come up was the Black Christmas remake, where basically it's explicitly saying that almost all men are bad. Like it's basically built into the text that like men run this evil fraternity that are built basically just to like collect women and take advantage of them. It's like that's the premise of the story, and it's like
Mormonism.
I was about to say, Andrew Tate, like what?
Yeah, it's like it to my understanding, because like the end, according to someone here, is that the ending of the movie is literally like an Avengers style guys versus girls battle. Ugok says you'll need to read Chainsaw Man because relevant. Oh, apparently it's awful. Like not even good.
6 was originally gender ambiguous, but she was then confirmed to be female in Little Nightmares 2 due to people in the community kept referring to 6 as she in Little Nightmares because of the raincoat and Coraline and Spirited Away inspiration. Okay, so I guess I don't know if you can even necessarily say that that's a deviation since it wasn't intended to create her as a female.
What gender are you? I'm 6. What's in the raincoat? Little Nightmares.
I mean, by the end of it,
yeah,
you're not wrong.
You'll need to read Chainsaw Man because relevant. Yeah, but I hear Chainsaw Man didn't end good, so.
I have
that's a joke.
Very little desire to watch Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man is one of those ones that like I read up on and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and then I look at the main character and the aesthetic and I'm just like, I'm not interested. It's like it's one of those like really shallow reasons for not being interested, but I'm just not interested. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's fine.
It seems like it's one of those series that maybe it would be good if you did give it a chance, but you would have to have somebody else force you to sit down and give it a chance, like Raymond with Fruits Basket and Peach
Yep.
Girl.
Yep. Also, I'll be right back.
Probably.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
back.
be.
Because
I mean, I'd be down to do that at some point, but you know,
Sorry,
never
what were you
really.
talking about? I stepped away to get some water.
They were talking about Chainsaw Man, and like
Oh, I
you
see.
know, freaking Raymond said that aesthetically it's just not interesting to me, so I don't really feel like watching or reading it. It's like yeah, I mean that's
That's
fair. I mean even though I'm like a fan of the series myself, like I can understand people just like, it's not their vibe, you know.
I liked watching
Yeah.
the movie in theaters, but that was more so just because like I almost rarely see like anime movies at my local theater. It was more so just like a chance to do something different, not
I'm
necessarily because I
actually
was previously in it.
sad.
Hmm?
I'm actually sad that I missed it when it came into my theater.
Oh really?
I was
Hmm.
actually going to go watch it in my theater just because I want my theater to have more anime films. Because I'm pretty sure outside of like Pokemon, the first movie, they haven't had
God.
anime films
Wait,
in
when
my
you say
theater.
Pokemon, you mean like when it first came out, or do you mean like as like a rerun or something
The
like that?
Pokemon, the first movie. Yes, the
Yeah,
original
I
one.
know, but okay. I didn't know if like they did like reshowings because I also have like theaters that will do like reshowings of older movies like Die Hard and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they
Pokemon,
have done that.
the Pokemon, the first, the movie. There we go.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I know what movie you're talking about. I was more so asking like when specifically was it last ran, but like if it was
They're
back when
baiting
it first
you, Pete.
came
They're
out,
baiting
then
you.
Yeah,
I-
no, I'm just making a joke because I thought like
Well-
the way Twy phrased that, it got like the idea of just putting V everywhere in my brain.
Sorry, well, excuse me while I pick these hooks out of my mouth.
Hikaru says, here's a horror book, Shadow the Conqueror. Yes, it is horrifying.
Yes,
Oh my god.
is definitely horrifying.
Dude, sorry, a little off topic, but it's like it sucks I wasn't able to like be there in the stream where you covered like the final chapter of the book. But like that whole trial was the part that I was looking forward to the entire time because it's
Yes.
what I like to call the freaking Spartacus. I am Spartacus moment of Great Victims is this weirdest, is the most bizarre thing I ever heard got put into a book.
Well, people hate the ending of My Hero. Yeah, but that's because people didn't understand what My Hero was trying to do, and then they got mad that it didn't have like the perfect ending where everyone was saved and happy. Like literally, I get frustrated with the ending of people's opinion of the ending of My Hero because so many people missed the point of My Hero. And it baffles me because it was the point from the very beginning of the series.
Yeah. The point is, can you still be a hero without a quirk? The answer is yes, because what happened at the end of the film, he becomes quirkless, but he still can be a hero.
Yes, average. And then there were also all the Fujoshis that were pissed that it wasn't Deku and Bakugo at the very end. Like that was ever going to fucking happen. Like we know at this point, that the anime and manga industry lean into the yaoi audience in order to boost their numbers.
They're baiting you.
This is legitimately a thing that is in the industry. They know what they are doing, but they will never confirm it. All right?
Yeah.
They do it to a lesser extent with the Yuri fandom. This is why everyone gets pissed at the soft Yuri in a lot of different shows, but it's not as prevalent.
They did it. They did it so hard when Digimon Tri came out, like especially the new voice actors were all talking about the scene between Taichi and Yamato and Sora, trying to emphasize not only the love triangle between the three of them, but also the relationship between Taichi and Yamato, because they know that the Fujoshis were really instrumental in making the first anime a success, and so they leaned into that. They teased them about it.
How do you know that didn't happen with Chainsaw Man? I don't know if that happened with Chainsaw Man or not, but like
he was just saying, he's just talking about what he heard about the ending.
Yeah, I heard it was more that it was abrupt
opinion,
as an ending, which
that is one thing. I do feel that half of the issues that people have with the ending tend to be on like a similar vein as what you were talking about, people that were like wilding out about the ending to My Hero, where they just really did not understand the framing of the story. But I can understand like being frustrated, especially with how abrupt it is, and even I have very mixed feelings about it. I'm still thinking about it, honestly, just because of like it's definitely unusual.
Never
in a
saw the
lot of
ending of
ways.
MHA, but I'm telling you, the ending of Chainsaw Man made the entirety of the second arc a waste of time. Okay. Interesting.
Well,
I don't know if
I
would
do
go
know
that far, but I
Mupa
understand.
Mupa did drop MHA during the final arc. She wasn't invested, which I you're fine to have that, but I don't know how.
I
Yeah.
don't know how either.
Like,
Like
if
it gets so
I was
good.
gonna say,
Yeah,
I dropped my investment at the overhaul arc in my initial watch through. That's where I dropped it because I thought that things had kind of slowed down. I wasn't seeing like the kind of progress I was looking for. But once I got back into it, watching it, like, oh, I'm back invested. I'm here for the long haul.
I still like I know why you say that you don't like the overhaul arc. I still don't know how you can not like the overhaul arc.
I'm not saying it's like the
Well-
worst. It's like a 6 out of 10 when the rest of the freaking anime is like 8s at minimum. Well, okay, except for the
I
licensing
think-
exam, which I think actually does dip below a 5.
I'd
Yeah.
say overall is a bit below a 6, but agree, disagree.
But no,
That's a different conversation.
there's a whole conversation to be had there. I don't necessarily disagree.
We're not
but
gonna have that conversation in this video.
Yeah,
though.
absolutely.
Are we doing the second video?
We are
or
not. It is actually
okay.
longer than the last one. It's like a minute longer. and
Not
so-
only that, but it goes into like
Objectivity and
the-
subjectivity.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's like
yeah.
a whole other thing that we probably need way more wiggle room to actually
Don't get me wrong.
tackle
I
appropriately.
I am here.
I know
for
you've
that.
been itching to do that. I
Just,
know.
a little bit of like lore background. Kaiser and I met when he commented on my last video to talk on like objectivity and subjectivity. This is something I would love to talk about with you guys on
No,
stream.
100%. Especially since like off the backs of not only I think this video is part of like in like people's reactions to subjectivity is implied in other videos like it is what really sparked that kind of conversation. And after seeing like one of your earlier videos talking about it, I was like really gearing up for the one that I commented on. And I made like several comments to it. It's like, yeah, because I felt like you had a lot of points in regards to this conversation, how people engage with it, that like a lot of people just don't seem to really think about or want to think about or address. And there you go. That's how our bond was formed.
Looking back at it, I wish that I had kind of worded it much differently, but like it's definitely something that like I have had a lot of time to think about, and also a lot of time to be like, I don't want to think about this. But now, like, we're talking about like such a classic video, I'm like, now I kind of want to think about this.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember if I ever watched this video. I feel like I have, but I've completely forgotten everything about it. But I will say that I have been on both sides of the objectivity versus subjectivity debate for different reasons, obviously, because like there are different ways to argue that are really bad. So it's like on one hand, in an argument, I can be talking about the objectivity in film or in media and saying like, no, there definitely is an objective core to everything. And on the other hand, I can have a completely different argument with somebody else saying that oh, everything has to be objective, and it's like, no,
Yeah.
you're wrong.
Like,
No, like
there's
those extremes are
the
really
example
fucking-
that I put out typically when it comes down, like, no, you know what? No, we're not getting into that because we're gonna start talking about the video before we even get to the video. We gotta save that for the future. I say, so what do we do next? I think we're gonna actually wind down, make this a relatively shorter stream, all things considered, which for us is what, almost 4 hours. Does anyone have anything they want to actually? I haven't finished MHA yet, but I will. I have finished Vigilantes. I'm so glad it's getting an anime. The anime for Vigilantes is great. We're caught up to
wonderful.
the English dub right now, which, by the way, the English dub is good. don't never.
Okay.
God, I get frustrated. Like we can make an entire stream talking about the nature of localization at some point.
Oh yeah.
Makes
Yeah,
it easier to
that's just,
rewatch.
oh, CBF would
Just out of
definitely want to jump on that.
The
Just out of curiosity, would you recommend Vigilante to someone who hasn't finished?
Yeah, I haven't
my
seen
MHA
Yes.
yet.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yes.
it is really good for that.
It is a prequel to MHA, so you
Ooh,
could
right.
technically start with Vigilantes and then go into MHA.
Yes,
Intriguing. Okay.
and it's just a lot of fun. Like there's a character that I did not like at first. I got why he was there and he served his purpose. I'm not gonna say he was a bad character, but like I didn't like him on a personal level. But now he's like genuinely near the top of my favorite characters in the
Okay.
show. And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that suddenly you just brought it all right back around. Comfy
Which
Ghost,
character was that?
CC.
Oh, yeah, CC.
Yeah. Like it's
I
not
do
super
like CC.
complicated. It's not super complicated, but it's like you delivered on it. You delivered on it and you made me feel good. So, and you made me feel
Poor
sad.
man.
Poor man.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, does anyone have anything they want to announce?
Well, I going first as always. Made my newest video near the end of last month. Just a video reaction supercut to Lily Orchard that me, Pete, and CBF did. It's the views on it are pretty low, but I'm not too upset about that. That was just sort of like a fill-in for like the next project I'm gonna be doing. Which I'm hard at work on that one right now. It's gonna be comparing the first episodes of the original Spice and Wolf anime and the remake's first episode. So I'm going to be going over that. I'm still working on the audio issues of my new laptop because I really want to stream the Mega Man Star Force collection right now, but I'm missing out on it because I kind of fixed this fucking audio. So yeah, hopefully I should be able to figure out something about that soon, but the video will definitely be out pretty soon.
Yes, a reminder, Sketchy Sam he is the moderator and creator of the unofficial Team JYCT fan subreddit. We can talk about all the stuff that goes on here there. So I hope you all check it out. And remember, we are not responsible for any of the insanity that happens there.
No. Well,
We're not
I
all-
sort of am because I did ask to be a moderator and then immediately went on vacation, so I wasn't able to do anything, and then immediately went dog sitting after that.
That is the ultimate power move. Can I please have all this responsibility?
100%.
Sure. Literally does nothing with the responsibility.
Yep.
I can relate with that, Ply.
Yeah. For me, I was planning on doing stuff the last 2 weeks, but that ended up falling through except for my responsibilities to JYCT and to Bad Fanfiction Night because babysitting 2 dogs is kind of hard when it comes to concentration because they're constantly bothering you. Always.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to do anything, but now I will start to do things now that I am back home.
Yeah.
Woo! And as for me, again, just not announcing anything soon because it feels like every time I do, it just gets pushed back. So just know I'm working on a video. It will be out when it's out. Otherwise, I do basically. I do Saturday evening streams Eastern Standard Time around 4:30 or 5:30ish. Usually goes on for like 3 or 4 hours. This weekend I am finishing up I'm doing my last stream on Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm finishing up the last of the super bosses. I'm fighting Roxas, Xemnas, and finally finishing it off with the Lingering Will, who I have not fought at all. I will be fighting them for the first time. I also don't.
Shit. Have a good one.
I have
don't
to go see that.
Good
Oh,
luck.
you do? Okay. Just something to give you a little bit of a bit of a preamble, Twy. Just like before you think that every single game that I ever play, without exception, I rage at. It's not like every single. Just understand that every single game, even my favorite game of all time, I started off going into it like, oh, this game's bullshit, it does this thing, that, and the other. And then when I get to the end of it, I'm like, wow, that was fun. I want to do that again. I'm just giving you a bit of a heads up on that. But
I
I
gotta,
also
I
don't.
gotta make you play Rune Factory 4 at some point.
My God, Dichoto!
Oh, what did they do?
Guys,
I
Night
will-
6, the male horror experience.
Um, oh gosh,
Holy
that's
shit,
great.
dog. That's perfect. Holy. I can't believe this meme has gone on for this long, dude.
I love it so much.
It's
I was gonna
fantastic.
make the joke of like, okay, Twice gone, we're gonna do guys' night, but then I'm like, it won't be for that long. But thank you so much, Dagon. This is great.
Well, it was
but,
it was on longer than any of the times that we had girls' night.
but
Guys, Night
I-
7, we stole Girls' Night time.
But I don't think normally my gaming streams go on for like 3.5, 4 hours, and I mean I've not fought Roxas, Zemnis, or Lingering Will yet, but I don't know if I will need the full 4 hours for all of them. In which case, if there's time left over, I may stream a different game. I have been debating between whether or not to stream just like maybe however much time I can put into Resident Evil 1. Or continue with XCOM because people seem to like that, and I don't know if you want to show off some of it. I
What
posted
level are
these.
you?
In Kingdom Hearts.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, like what are you playing? Like standard, proud, critical?
a
Beginner?
standard. Yeah, no, I've been doing
Yes.
standard for like pretty much all of them. I might do a higher
Standard,
level
okay.
for Kingdom Hearts 3 since I've already played that one. I haven't quite decided yet though.
You I mean, depending on how you play, because I don't know, you might spend the entire 4 hours fighting the Lingering Will.
Definitely.
I mean,
I'm
I
thinking
want
that.
to say my first time fighting Sephiroth was like 2 hours before I finally beat him. So I mean, it's possible. But if there's time
Mhm.
left over, and I don't know if you wanted
It-
to oh, sorry, go ahead.
It is also possible that even fighting him for 4 hours, you might not beat him.
That's also
That is
true.
also possible, yeah.
Okay, so I will do my research then, at least on Lingering Will then.
Oh, no. Go into it blind, please.
I do want to finish up with Kingdom Hearts though, so I can like get back to Birth by Sleep though, is the thing. All right, I'll flip a coin on it. Otherwise, if there is time left over, I will probably either play Resident Evil 1 or XCOM. If I posted in the chat a bunch of different soldiers that I made for like friends and also subscribers and regulars. You can see here is Twy, Raymond, Kaiser,
Yay.
Fat Man, Ellipsis Mark, and Billy Donuts, who I've already shown on stream to him. Some of these guys have already appeared on my XCOM stream, so that's you guys will be there. And when you die horribly, I will let you know how it went.
Damn.
My God, Billy Donuts. I just fucking Dr.
They
Eggman
didn't have-
ass.
They didn't have a handlebar mustache. I don't understand. The Enemy Within, the last game had a handlebar mustache. There wasn't even a mod for a handlebar mustache, so I had to use an
I love
Eggman
Batman's like balding hairline. That's great.
Yeah.
I gave him like a Viking beard because I thought that it would even it out.
I mean, that's what he does have. He has like a big old beard.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, so on my end, finishing the Silent Hill F script, I've just broken through 100,000 words, somewhere around 173 pages. Nearing the end. The end is in sight. Don't worry, we're getting there. Soon I'll be able to start recording once I gotta edit first. That's gonna be a pain. But yeah, so that's working. Obviously, Bad Fan Fiction Night. We're doing Project Alpha's the second half of Chapter 7 on this Friday. Team JYCT next week. Mahar Voln next week. Not this week, but next week. Hopefully, if everyone lines up. And at some point soon, I plan to start streaming me showing Twy the Resident Evil series with guests. I think Pete's in on joining that for some of them. I know nothing is interested in some of them. Especially when we get around to like Outbreak and like the multiplayer stuff. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see where all that goes. But for now, Also, next week is my birthday, so we're gonna have to figure out what to do
hell
for
yeah,
that. And
Yeah,
making me
definitely
feel
don't forget
older.
that part.
I mean, to be fair, I'm trying not to think about how old I am.
Yes,
We all feel that.
Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a fun time. We did, and when we come back to this topic, when we come back to Joseph Anderson, it's going to be a time.
Oh, I'm sure.
But until then, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.